Chapter 2159. When the three from the Hound Lion Empire saw that the situation was bad, Shao Qin managed to suppress their auras with just one move. This was too horrifying. Although the three were not half-step sovereign emperors, they were at least heaven-defying sovereign personages. While the three might not be able to defeat Shao Qin if they worked together, they would at least have no problem leaving. However, before Shao Qin, they were no match for him. This immediately frightened the three out of their wits. They wanted to turn around and leave. However, since Shao Qin chose to attack, how could he give the three a chance to leave? Stay behind! Shao Qin shouted coldly as he soared into the air and swung the spear in his hand. A vast saber light encased the three, not letting any of them go. Flawless Dao domain! This was the first time Shao Qin fought with someone since his saber, great, Dao advanced to a Dao domain. After experiencing a tribulation, he finally managed to break through to the flawless Dao domain. The moment he attacked, he displayed strong might. Crack! Crack! This person's Dao domain actually cracked under the pressure of Shao Qin's flawless Dao domain. If the three continued fleeing, their Dao domains would crumble. They needed to fight, otherwise they would die for sure. Damn it! The three were forced to turn around and attack the pressing Shao Qin. Dang! 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 Shao Qin condensed the bedsheet. It looked long and slender, but in reality he used it as a saber. The instant the three turned around, the flickering saber light arrived before them. The three could not react in time and could not deal with it calmly. They could only brandish their swords to block Shao Qin's attacks. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Shao Qin pressed forward step by step. The three people from the Hound Lion Empire blocked Shao Qin at the same time. However, they appeared flustered, not having a chance to catch their breath. Rumble! Thunder rumbled endlessly in the sky. Snowflakes danced in the air. However, Shao Qin suppressed them with his flawless Dao domain. The three Dao domains immediately merged, working perfectly with each other, suppressing the three until they could not retaliate. These three each grasped a Dao domain. However, they could not merge them as perfectly as Shao Qin, unable to fend for themselves. Not only did they not bring out the advantage of having many people working together, but they also had to use 3 Dao domains each, limiting themselves. They could not even bring out 50% of their strength. In less than 100 moves, he was already covered in wounds, and it looked like he would be unable to hold on any longer. The 3 of them roared furiously. At this instant, their eyes shone with a golden light. They had activated their great, desolate Ian bloodline. Boom! The instant the great, desolate Ian bloodline erupted, the 3 of them finally recovered 10% of their momentum. After activating his great, desolate Ian bloodline, his aura should be soaring, and he should be launching a frenzied counterattack. However, the 3 of them didn't even think about it. As soon as they had a chance to catch their breath, they turned around and fled again. Outside the Tower of Trials, the boss of Bushan Palace felt extremely awkward when he saw this. The gazes of the other foe gods were filled with doubt and confusion, making him feel extremely embarrassed. You've been forced to activate your bloodline by this freak, yet you're still thinking of running? You're really courting death. As a foe god, he naturally could tell that if they activated their great, desolate Ian bloodline and fought to the death, 1 or 2 might be able to escape. However, if they chose to flee, only death awaited them. The moment the bloodline power vanished, they would no longer be able to retaliate and could only allow others to humiliate them. However, the foe god was wrong. Shao Qin did not wait for the 3 to finish activating their bloodline power, choosing to attack immediately. Shao Qin roared ferociously, and the golden divine seal in his soul pool activated. However, before the roar ended, the golden divine seal appeared. Before the shout ended, the 3 who just turned around and soared into the air vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. They showed pained expressions as they knelt on the ground, dropping their weapons to the side. Perfect divine seal! Someone exclaimed softly. Given a faux god's eyesight, the might of the divine seal that Xiao Chen erupted earlier could be seen as a perfect divine seal with one glance. Divine seals also differed in quality. Divine seals were split into 4 grades: flawed, ordinary, flawless, and perfect. Flawed meant that the soul and the Tao domain did not merge well, showing obvious flaws. Most cultivators who could enter the faux god world would not have any flaws in their divine seals. At the very least, they would be ordinary. However, it was somewhat difficult to condense a flawless divine seal. As for a perfect divine seal that surpassed flawless, they were like phoenix feathers and water chestnuts, extremely rare. Practically no one could merge 3 Tao domains like Xiao Qin and still form a perfect divine seal. Who is this person? The eyes of the various superfaction powerhouses lit up. They quickly got their subordinates to ask around. Earlier, they had been afraid that this strange person was from their faction. Now, they hoped that this person was from their faction. The other superfactions all held some anticipation. Only the Bushin Palace powerhouses showed an unsightly expression. Seeing the 3 kneeling on the ground, tortured by the Tao, this strange person wrapped in a bedsheet was definitely not from their faction. Xiao Chun walked over step by step. He knew that these 3 were in the same situation as when he faced Mu Yunju back then. The other party's one sentence made it hard for Xiao Chun to resist, nearly resulting in defeat. Now, Xiao Qin had such ability as well. Furthermore, he was even stronger. "I withdraw," the 3 said with much difficulty. Then, a strong force immediately appeared in front of Xiao Qin, blocking his advance. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He knew that this was the Trial Tower's protection. Everyone had such an opportunity in paradise. If one ran into a situation where they could not preserve their lives, they could withdraw. This way, Xiao Chun would have achieved his goal. As long as these 3 did not expose his secrets, it did not matter whether he killed them or not. My injuries are still somewhat obstructive, and my meridians have not fully recovered. Otherwise, I would not need to exchange 100 moves with these 3 people who are not even half-step sovereign emperors. Xiao Qin muttered to himself. Then he waved his right hand. Whoosh! The bedsheet that formed a spear scattered, and Xiao Qin draped it over his body again. Then his figure flashed, vanishing from where he was. Back then, Xiao Chen had been in a rush, fearing that the gauze would not be able to cover him. After he came out, he discovered that he had worried too much. Even without the bedsheet, the gauze would be tight enough. There was no need to worry too much. However, it was not bad to use it as a weapon. If the gauze accidentally tore, he could use it to cover himself. Hence, Xiao Chun carried it with him. Could this person be Xiao Qin? Mu Zifeng muttered, a bright light flickering in his eyes as he entered deep thought. Xiao Qin also used the saber. His saber techniques resembled him somewhat. However, after thinking about it, Mu Zifeng felt that this was impossible. Xiao Qin had just been injured, and his survival was unknown. How could he erupt with such strength? The most important thing was that Mu Zifeng's impression of Xiao Qin was that he wore white and had stern air. A sharpness hid on his face. He did not seem like someone who would appear in a bedsheet. Inside paradise, Xiao Qin followed the clues in his memory, continuously traveling through the boundless herb fields. When Xiao Qin stopped, he would definitely gain something. The ability that the fiend blood gave him was much more reliable than the Universe Origin Palace's flame or the Bushin Palace's spirit-devouring rats. Time passed. When Xiao Chun harvested his 10th 10,000-year-old Herb King, startled cries rang out outside the Trial Tower. Right now, Xiao Chen's harvest already equaled the harvest of an entire team of the other super factions. He did not know that this harvest was the result of Xiao Qin holding back on purpose. Xiao Qin knew that the faux gods outside could see the scene inside. so he did not dare to go overboard. The 10,000-year-old herb kings he obtained were ones that he could consume and refine himself, seeking quality over quantity. Haha, saber demon Wu Meng, with your saber techniques, you are not even fit to carry my shoes. Shao Qin, who was traveling, suddenly heard a familiar voice. He quickly withdrew and retreated to a large tree. He slowly extended his spiritual sense and saw the Heavenly Alliance's saber demon clutching his chest 50 kilometers away, vomiting some blood. Someone beside saber demon Wu Meng supported him, showing a furious expression. The saber intent in the surroundings had yet to scatter, still buzzing. Clearly, there had been an intense battle here earlier. Zhang Yushan looked coldly at Wu Meng and said, "If not for your tortoise shell, I would have defeated you in 10 moves. To think that trash like you is not embarrassed to be called saber demon. Damn it, if not for your sneak attack, how could Big Brother Wu lose to you?" A Heavenly Alliance disciple at the side said angrily, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Wu Meng showed a calm expression as he waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say anything more. He is Fiendish Saber Shimu's disciple. Even in a normal fight, I would not be a match for him. If you want this Herb King, take it. Let's go." Zhang Yushan reached out and received the 10,000-year-old Herb King that Wu Meng proffered. He showed a disdainful expression, not saying anything. Whoosh! Whoosh! The figures of Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers flashed, blocking Wu Meng and Zhang Yushan's path. Wu Meng said sullenly, "What do you want? I already gave you the Herb King that I subdued after much difficulty. What else do you want? How can things be that easy? If the 2 of you want to continue seeking fortuitous encounters in paradise, each of you will have to hand over 10,000 faux god coins." "What?" Wu Meng raged, the hand that held his saber trembling. Normally, given his temper, he would have attacked long ago. However, now he really hated them. Chapter 2160. Stop wasting time. Quickly hand over the 10,000 faux god coins. Otherwise, you can forget about remaining in paradise. Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers urged impatiently when they saw Wu Meng hesitate. Wu Meng felt enraged, not because he lost a 10,000-year-old Herb King, but because he hated himself for being so useless. "You are seeking death. Wu Meng, it looks like you are tired of living. Kneel." Zhang Yushan suddenly let out a thunderous roar. It was a shocking sound. He had activated his divine seal and was about to make a move. Given Wu Meng and his companion's current state, they would not be able to endure Zhang Yushan's shout. How mighty! However, just as this sound wave was about to arrive, an indifferent shout came from the ground. This shout also contained Dao might. It was like a sharp saber carrying a strong wind as it attacked. Boom! The saber clashed with Zhang Yushan's sound wave, and explosions rang out endlessly. The surrounding weeds and trees shattered one after another. The various Dao might contained in the sound wave appeared. Lightning, ice, fire, saber intent, all sorts of mysterious phenomena swept out in the surroundings. Whoosh! What was even more terrifying was that the Dao might and sharpness contained in that shout remained. After shattering Zhang Yushan's sound wave, it charged over like a saber light. Zhang Yushan's expression changed slightly. He quickly made a move and scattered the sound wave. However, he ended up taking 3 steps back. Who is it? Hiding in the dark. If you are capable, show yourself. Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers felt that something was wrong. Their figures flashed as they cautiously landed beside Zhang Yushan. "I never hid. It is just that you could not see me." Zhang Yushan looked up and saw a person standing on a huge tree. This person's body was bandaged and wrapped in a bedsheet, revealing only a pair of eyes as they looked at Zhang Yushan coldly. Shao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. What a coincidence! He had not thought of taking the initiative to cause trouble for this Zhang Yushan. However, to think that he would run into Zhang Yushan in this paradise. Since Xiao Qin ran into Zhang Yushan, then he should take this opportunity to settle past grudges. Back when Zhang Yushan first came to Fiend Cloud Hall, he threatened Xiao Qin and even targeted Ryue. Later, when Xiao Qin used his killer move, he wanted to kill him in one move. Now he was even more shameless. Not only did he snatch Wu Meng's 10,000-year-old Herb King, he even wanted to continue extorting him. This Zhang Yushan showed Xiao Qin what was called shamelessness. Zhang Yushan had utterly embarrassed Senior Shimu. Whoosh! Xiao Qin leaped down and landed in front of Wu Meng. Then he said softly, "You all go first. Leave this to me." Friend, the three of them are Yao Dao's disciples. They are not easy to deal with. Wu Meng looked at Xiao Qin, confusion filling his eyes. He did not understand why this strange person would help him, but he still had to warn him out of goodwill. Fiendish Saber, Shimu, was a famous expert among foe gods. For Zhang Yushan to become his nominal disciple, he naturally was not weak. Zhang Yushan looked coldly at Xiao Qin and said, "You crazy fellow, let's see who you are. How dare you meddle in my business?" Buzz. When Zhang Yushan drew his saber intent spread out. He truly lived up to his reputation as the person who had listened to Shimu's teachings for 5 years. When Zhang Yushan attacked, he pushed his saber intent to the limits. When he drew his saber, it already contained a horrifying saber intent. It was like the roar of a mountain or the roar of a tsunami, surging toward Xiao Qin like a huge wave. Mad Cloud Chop. Zhang Yushan did not stop moving. The instant he drew his saber, he attacked with his killing move. When Zhang Yushan stretched out his hand, clouds gathered and unfolded, looking very majestic. He materialized a tyrannical aura of a lone tyrant in the sky. Together with the churning cloud sea behind him, his aura was truly overwhelming. Good. Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers could not help exclaiming in admiration. Their senior brother's Mad Cloud Chop truly reached perfection, making them sigh in amazement. How strong! Wu Meng frowned slightly, feeling somewhat disappointed. He was somewhat unconvinced of Zhang Yushan. After all, Zhang Yushan was the one who sneak attacked him. However, when Wu Meng saw this move, he felt that Zhang Yushan's sneak attack had not been genuine. Now, this was Zhang Yushan's true strength. No matter what, he was Fiendish Saber Shimu's disciple. Xiao Qin showed a somewhat grave expression. Although this Zhang Yushan was extremely shameless, he did have some talent in the Saber Dao. That made sense. If Zhang Yushan did not have some talent, Senior Shimu would not have accepted him out of consideration for Xiao Qin's sake. If Zhang Yushan were at his peak, it would be fine. However, he was somewhat problematic now. However, it was only a little troublesome. In the end, this Zhang Yushan was just trash. Mad Cloud Chop. If the cloud sea does not exist, let's see how you can be arrogant. Xiao Qin shouted coldly, unflustered as he faced the saber light that was about to chop down. Bolts of purple electric light tore through the sky. Closely following that, thunder roared. The majestic cloud sea mysterious phenomenon behind Zhang Yushan instantly crumbled. Zhang Yushan's heart skipped a beat, but he gritted his teeth and endured. The time it took for Xiao Qin to break his cloud sea mysterious phenomenon allowed his saber light to be only 2 centimeters away from Xiao Qin. As long as Zhang Yushan chopped down, even if the saber light's might was significantly reduced, it would still be able to take half of Zhang Yushan's life. Go to hell! Zhang Yushan showed a ferocious expression as he roared ferociously. The saber in his hand descended even faster. You lose, Xiao Qin said indifferently. Then he grabbed the bedsheet with his right hand and swung it ferociously. A strong wind blew, and the flawless Dao domain instantly erupted, using his will as a saber and the wind as a saber. This swing was filled with saber light. Zhang Yushan clearly did not draw his saber, but the bedsheet was like a powerful saber being drawn, carrying an unparalleled sharpness as it swept over. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, Zhang Yushan was ruthlessly slapped back, as if he had been slapped in the face. "I'll strike while you are down." Not giving Zhang Yushan a chance to catch his breath, the bedsheet occasionally gathered and scattered. As Xiao Chen's Dao domain spread out, saber moves filled the air like a torrential storm. "It's over. I'm going to die here." Zhang Yushan felt a chill in his heart. He had not expected to be defeated in one move and be consigned to eternal damnation. "Why are you still not coming to help? You two trash. What are you just watching for?" When Zhang Yushan saw that his two junior brothers were still watching, he could not help feeling enraged. "Senior brother, hold on for a while. We'll get reinforcements for you." Who could have imagined that his two junior brothers would flee when they saw that the situation was bad? Zhang Yushan was so frustrated that the bedsheet pierced his chest in a moment of carelessness, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. "I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Pa." Seeing that he had no hope of victory, Zhang Yushan wanted to beg for mercy. Who knew? The other party ignored him. The bedsheet gathered and slapped Zhang Yushan's face. The heavy slap to the face immediately stunned Zhang Yushan. "There is no grudge between us. There is no need to do this. I am Fiendish Saber, Shimu's disciple, after all, one of the top 5 disciples of the profound Heaven Holy Land. If you anger me, not only will you offend Fiendish Saber, Shimu's faction, but the entire profound Heaven Holy Land will not let you off." It would have been fine if Zhang Yushan had not mentioned Fiendish Saber Shimu. Now that he mentioned it, Xiao Chen's expression turned even colder. "Pa, pa, 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 pa." The bedsheet slapped Zhang Yushan several times in the air, leaving him hovering between life and death, unable to say a complete sentence. Now the profound Heaven Holy Land powerhouses outside the trial tower felt incredibly ashamed. To think that the top 5 disciples of the profound Heaven Holy Land were tortured by such a strange person, unable to retaliate. This was no longer torture, but humiliation. "Damn it! Investigate! Investigate! You must find out who this little bastard is. I want to see who exactly he is." The profound Heaven Holy Land faux god powerhouse, Gu Fei flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Brother Gu, please calm down. Didn't your profound Heaven Holy Land disciple humiliate the Heavenly Alliance disciples as well? Paradise is a competition of the younger generation. Making a big fuss over it is too much." "That's right. Didn't Brother Mu not say anything just now?" The other faux god powerhouses smiled faintly, reminding Zhang Yushan to mind his status. After all, he was a bona fide faux god. How could he lose his composure like that? Gu Fei smiled coldly in his heart. What could Mu Zifeng say? Did someone use a bedsheet to slap a Heavenly Alliance disciple into a pig's head? However, given the situation, Gu Fei could only keep his words in his heart, unable to say anything. No matter what, it was unreasonable for a faux god to bicker with a junior. Xiao Qin did not want to give Zhang Yushan a chance to admit defeat. He also did not truly threaten Zhang Yushan's life. Otherwise, Zhang Yushan would have chosen to withdraw. Xiao Chun would fight with Zhang Yushan, not giving him hope or despair. Woo, woo, woo. Just at this moment, flute music rang out. Wu Meng and the other Heavenly Alliance disciple immediately felt incredibly uncomfortable. Zhang Yushan's eyes lit up as he laughed. "Ha ha ha! Senior Brother Gu is here. He will definitely kill you. Let's see how arrogant you can be. You talk too much." Xiao Qin swung the bedsheet and directly sent Zhang Yushan flying. When Zhang Yushan landed, he paled. He had sustained severe injuries, nearly killing him. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He saw a person holding a flute with both hands. This person placed the flute by his mouth and gently blew on it. While in the air, he played the flute and quickly flew over. When he looked around and met Xiao Chen's gaze, he immediately burst forth with a cold, sharp light. A false emperor. Chapter 2161. A false emperor. With one glance, Xiao Chen could tell that this person was a false emperor. Among the profound Heaven Holy Land disciples, this person was probably on the same level as Mu Yunzhu, a peak existence. Outside the trial tower, the eyes of the profound Heaven Holy Land's faux god First Elder, Gu Fei, lit up. Gu Yuhan arrived. This is great. As a false emperor, Gu Yuhan could condense divine energy. He had already advanced to half-step sovereign emperor many years ago. The flute music was indistinct, sounding like the sounds of nature. When Gu Yuhan played the song, The Heart of the Night on the Blue Sea and Blue Sky, it was like waves crashing against reefs. The waves surged, and the blue sky and blue sea looked boundless. It seemed slow, but was actually very fast. As Gu Yuhan played the flute music, he drove his divine seal and infused his Tao might into the flute music. Or rather, using the flute music to activate the divine seal's might was much more profound than using sound waves. Xiao Chen's face sank slightly. While this person was still very far away, he already felt like he was facing a great enemy, putting immense pressure on him. If Xiao Chen got closer, who knew how strong this flute music would be? If Xiao Chen left now, it would not be a problem. The other party might not be able to catch up. It was unwise to fight a false emperor in his current state. However, Wu Meng and the other Heavenly Alliance fellow Taoists behind Xiao Chen were already affected by the flute music. If Xiao Chen left, the two would be finished. Xiao Chen would not feel at ease. If he did not feel at ease, how could he maintain his original intentions? Go! Xiao Chen shouted. Then he pressed his tongue against his palate, letting out a dragon roar. The flute music immediately paused. Ripples appeared in the surrounding space, kicking up overwhelming waves. The flute music scattered, and the blue sea and blue sky song scattered. Taking advantage of this moment, Xiao Chen picked up Wu Meng and the other Heavenly Alliance fellow and sent them flying with all his might. Wu Meng, who was startled to his senses, felt a huge lightning-attributed force on him. Then he flew away like a beam of light. When Wu Meng saw that Xiao Chen was still where he was, he could not help feeling guilty. He shouted, "Who are you? Will you stay alive? I will never forget this favor. I, Wu Meng, will definitely repay it in the future." Xiao Chen sent a voice projection. "We are all Heavenly Alliance people, so we should take care of each other. Brother Wu Meng, there is no need to be so polite. I am fine. There is no need to worry. A member of the Heaven Alliance." Wu Meng's heart trembled when he heard this. Such a person existed? How laughable! To think that I thought that I was the strongest in the Heavenly Alliance, aside from Xiao Chen and Grim Reaper Linfeng. I was truly a frog in a well. Normally, I would not be so arrogant, training day and night. Even if this Zhang Yushan was Shimu's disciple, I would not have suffered such a miserable defeat. Imperceptibly, this lesson allowed Saber Demon Wu Meng to undergo a transformation. Slowly, Xiao Chen's full-powered, lightning-attributed energy quickly sent the two far away. However, he had no choice but to remain where he was. Woo, 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 woo. As the flute music spread out, it became even more difficult to deal with. Gu Yuhan clearly increased his strength. Moreover, the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter, which made it difficult for Xiao Chen to continue. Faint ripples appeared in his soul pool. Occasionally, musical notes could be heard. The golden divine seal seemed to be violently battered by raging waves. This made Xiao Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. Faint cracks had actually appeared on the divine seal. If this continued, he would probably die here. A false emperor. He truly lives up to being a false emperor. While Xiao Chen felt uncomfortable, lofty aspirations welled up in his heart. He had long heard of the strength of a false emperor. 5 years ago, he wanted to fight a false emperor. However, he had not gotten the chance. After waiting for 5 years, he finally got the chance. Boom! The battle hunger that Xiao Chen suppressed for 5 years turned into hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations, spreading out in all directions. When people outside the trial tower felt this hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations, they immediately praised Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had courage and boldness, not fearing a strong enemy. Instead, he inspired such a strong battle hunger. What a great junior! If this person were a disciple of my Bushin Palace, I would definitely take him in as my final disciple and pass on my mantle to him. My Bushin Palace needs such hot-blooded people. Regardless of victory or defeat, let's fight first. So what if he is a false emperor? Earlier, Xiao Chen humiliatingly defeated a Bushin Palace disciple, embarrassing that Bushin Palace powerhouse. Now that this Bushin Palace powerhouse saw this scene, he could not help praising Xiao Chen. No matter how strangely this junior dressed, making others laugh and feel confused, Xiao Chen first revealed his perfect divine seal. Now, when facing a profound Heaven Holy Land false emperor expert, he burst out with such startling battle hunger. Xiao Chen already fulfilled all the requirements of a powerful, outstanding talent. He just lacked one more chance to soar into the sky in one go. Could it really be Xiao Chen? Mu Zifeng thought to himself. If it were an outsider, he would not have come to save Xiao Chen. However, the white-clad Xiao Chen with his fluttering long hair and a hidden sharpness appeared in Mu Zifeng's mind. Compared to this strange person covered in bandages and bedsheets, it was a completely different scene. Mu Zifeng would never have imagined that Xiao Chen was the same person. The only similarity was that the two had lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness. They both had a pride and tyranny that refused to admit defeat. So what if I am a false emperor? I will fight you. Bang! Gu Yuhan soared into the air, holding a flute with both hands and using the flute music to activate his divine seal. Gu Yuhan clearly sensed Xiao Chen's battle hunger. This was a provocation, so he could not help but feel a murderous intent in his heart. This azure sea and blue sky immediately gained a cold and somber air. Frost spread out for tens of thousands of miles. This medicinal field and all the towering trees within sight were covered in frost. Then they all withered, their vitality destroyed by the killing intent. Vast sky, boundless sea, waves rise, falling flute music, cold killing intent. Each note was louder than the one before. Ding, dang, dang, rang out. This azure sea and blue sky contained a cold and somber air, wanting to kill everything in the world. Who cares about your overwhelming battle hunger or your hot-bloodedness? The one I will kill is you. Xiao Chen's soaring battle hunger and burning hot-bloodedness immediately felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Before Xiao Chen could show off his lofty aspirations, someone chopped them down in the air, making him feel very unbearable. Ha ha ha! Good, good! Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's mouth, dyeing the bandage around his mouth red. However, he could not help rearing his head back and laughing, saying good 3 times. No matter who this person was, he made Xiao Chen feel the aura of an expert. Xiao Chen felt deep veneration and heartfelt admiration for this person. This person was not someone that a shameless trash like Zhang Yushan could compare to. Whoosh! The bedsheet in Xiao Chen's hand flung out ferociously. Then he tied it up like a cloak. Even though Zhang Yushan's hot-bloodedness was chopped down by someone's flute music, he did not feel discouraged. Zhang Yushan could not maintain his composure, not saying a word or moving at all. Am I going to die? Zhang Yushan's face swelled up like a pig's head as he leaned against a rock with much difficulty. When he saw Xiao Chen's scene, he could not help laughing excitedly. Bang! Right after Zhang Yushan spoke, a crisp sound rang out in the air. After storing up power for a long time, Xiao Chen punched with all his might. The fist light was like a saber moving in the air, giving off a surging saber intent. Under the pressure of the flute music, Shao Chun used his flawless saber domain to drive the divine seal. The flawless Tao uses the body as a saber. I do not have a saber in my hand, but I use my body as a saber and my thoughts as a scabbard. Every time Shao Chun punched, his fighting spirit spread out as he drew his saber. The sound of a saber being drawn unleashed his hot-bloodedness, blocking the increasingly difficult flute music. Whoosh! 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 2 figures landed. It was Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers. When they saw Zhang Yushan's appearance, they could not help finding it funny. Senior brother, why is your face swollen like a pig's head? Who slapped you? Zhang Yushan immediately felt exasperated. You 2 bastards, to think that you have the face to come back. Do you enjoy watching me get beaten up? Senior brother, you are wrongly accused. Didn't we bring reinforcements for you? Since big brother Guyuhan is here, that brat will die for sure. The 2 did not blush. In reality, running into Guyuhan was a complete coincidence. Zhang Yushan looked like he saw something terrifying. Unable to care about anything else, he shouted, "Quickly, bring me away. We can't stay here anymore. Quick, quick, quick. I'll let bygones be bygones. Quickly, bring me away." Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers mocked. Senior brother, did someone beat you silly? Senior brother Guyuhan is here. What are you afraid of? You 2 pig heads. Look behind you. The 2 quickly turned around. When they saw what happened, they were stupefied. They did not even have time to put away their smiles. They saw Shao Chun draped in a bedsheet, using his body as a saber and his thoughts as a scabbard. The sound of Shao Chun drawing the scabbard reverberated in the surroundings, actually shattering the flute music, which had grown much stronger. The surrounding mysterious phenomena of the blue sky shattering and waves surging back did not injure Shao Chun at all. Someone actually blocked senior brother Gu's blue sky and blue sea. How can this be? Quickly leave. Otherwise, when senior brother Gu comes down, the shock waves will definitely affect this place. This greatly startled the 2. Without even thinking, they quickly retreated. Damn! You 2 bastards! Bring me along. Zhang Yushan, who was severely injured and beaten into a pig's head by Shao Chun, screamed hoarsely. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 figures quickly retreated. Then, each of them grabbed one of Zhang Yushan's legs and moved as fast as lightning, continuing to flee. The flute music and the sound of Guyuhan drawing the scabbard reverberated even more intensely. This was no longer a battle of divine seals. Instead, it was the 2's martial Tao clashing. The flute music and the sound of Guyuhan drawing the scabbard contained their respective understandings of the martial Tao. Neither could afford to lose. Once they lost, they would hurt themselves. Whoosh! A figure soared through the air. It was Guyuhan, who had finally arrived before Shao Chun. He looked at Shao Chun coldly with a sullen expression. However, he did not stop playing the flute. The flute music spread out as Guyuhan landed. It was like a surging tsunami surging over. Shao Chun could not help showing an even graver expression. As he played, he brought out his flawless Tao domain to its fullest. Guyuhan slowly paced the ground. As he walked, the flute music never stopped. It looked like there was no pattern to it. In reality, every step Guyuhan took contained the laws of the world. At this moment, his azure sea and blue sky technique was already driven to its limits. The 2 of them had already fought to the point where neither of them could let go. Both of them were holding back a killer move. The ending notes of Guyuhan's azure sea and blue sky technique would definitely overlap, unleashing all the rhythm of the earlier notes at the very last moment. As for Shao Chun, he was also hiding the dragon tone art that the Qing emperor created back then. Given his current cultivation, when he executed the dragon tone art, he could bring out all the blue dragon's power in his bloodline. The fight looked incredibly intense, surging with battle hunger. However, in reality, they were both enduring, waiting, holding back a move, waiting for their peak strike. Chapter 2162. The two endured, hiding their moves. One attacked, and the other defended. Gu Yuhan's blue sea, blue sky would eventually come to an end. Shao Qin, who was forced to defend with the sound of a drawn scabbard, was forced to defend. Although Gu Yuhan was at a disadvantage, as long as he could defend, it would be hard to say who would win in the end. As Gu Yuhan walked, he blew the flute music endlessly. Gu Yuhan's movements did not change. However, those with eyes could tell that while his steps appeared slow, they were actually urgent. He had already unknowingly increased his pace. Clear sky. Waves rise. Flute music descend. Cold killing intent. With each step, each note, and each note, Gu Yuhan's rage soared into the sky. The long night arrived in the blue sky and the jade-green sea. Night covered this world, turning it into the sea. Shao Qin and Gu Yuhan stood at the top of the waves. Only the flute music and the endless waves remained in the dark night. Only the light of Shao Qin's drawn saber could illuminate this long night and the vast sea. Outside the trial tower, the many faux gods watched carefully. Their attention was attracted, and their expressions turned grave. Although the two's cultivations were low in the eyes of the faux gods, this was a competition of their martial Tao. Everyone's eyes lit up and they cheered in amazement. This blue sea, blue sky is indeed incredible. Unfortunately, we can only see it and not listen to it personally. That strange person is really incredible. To think that he can simulate the sound of a drawn saber and use it to write his martial Tao. He changed very quickly. He knows that the essence of this competition is not the strength of one's divine seal, cultivation, or musical attainments. Instead, it's a battle of the heart to see whose martial will is superior and who can display it more perfectly. That's right. Why is this blue sea, blue sky, so difficult to deal with? Even some sovereign emperors could not block it because they could not see through its essence. If one could not distinguish between the two and fell into any trap, they would immediately lose. From the looks of it, Gu Yuhan holds the advantage. However, this advantage is not huge and somewhat strained. The strange person adapted to the situation. Gu Yuhan should have a suppressive advantage. Given the current situation, while he holds the advantage, it can only be considered a draw. Void God Realm experts had outstanding eyesight. After all, their realms were much higher than theirs. They could see through what was real and what was fake with one glance. The profound Heaven Holy Land powerhouse, Gu Fei, showed a grave expression but did not refute. Such a situation had long surpassed Shao Qin's expectations. Logically speaking, Gu Yuhan did not even need to land to force Shao Qin to kneel and beg for mercy. However, the fight was so intense now. It's almost over. The winner is about to be decided. In paradise, the blue sea and blue sky that Gu Yuhan played gradually grew softer. The waves receded. The blue sky and blue sea were calm. The flute music was low and deep, as if it wanted to say something. The calm didn't last for long. It was only for a moment. But in that moment, the surging melody suddenly fell silent. The instantaneous difference caused space to freeze, as if time itself had stopped. In the next moment, there was a loud rumble. The sun set over the long river, and the stars sank. The blue sea and blue sky filled the heart of the night. Rumble. Gu Yuhan held the shao with both hands and continued to play. However, only a final note remained. The final note buzzed endlessly. At this moment, Gu Yuhan seemed to have dug out his heart and poured it into this final note. Before the song ended, the heart did not die. The sun set, the stars sank, and the sky became nightless. The melody that paused for a moment erupted at this moment. The stars fell, and the vast sea rose from the ground. Shao Qin's expression changed slightly. This was the final note that the other party used his life to play. Despite knowing how horrifying it was, he did not choose to dodge. A crazed look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. His entire body trembled. It was hard to tell whether it was the anxiety of life and death or the excitement of hot-bloodedness. Xiao Chen only knew that he had to do his best, gambling on the pride of the blue dragon to fight to the death. The dragon tone art that Xiao Chen had been suppressing for a long time erupted at this moment. Xiao Chen roared ferociously, and a dragon roar came from his chest. This dragon roar was vast and dense. The deeply buried blue dragon bloodline power stirred up. Xiao Chen's entire body burned like fire. The perfect divine seal shone with resplendent light. Xiao Chen drove it at full power, holding nothing back. Boom! Just as the boundless sea carrying the setting sun and stars looked like it was about to swallow up Xiao Chen, a dragon roar rang out and forcefully shattered it. Amidst the loud noise, the boundless sea shattered and the complete phenomenon was broken. Boundless starlight burst out. If not for this being paradise, the land for 500,000 kilometers would have instantly crumbled and turned into ashes. Fortunately, we left quickly. Far away, Zhang Yushan heaved a sigh of relief, showing an extremely horrified expression. The shock waves that erupted from the two's exchange were much more horrifying than he had imagined. The two junior brothers were dumbstruck as well, and they exclaimed endlessly with admiration and clicked their tongues in wonder. How strong! How terrifying! I can't imagine that we dared to provoke that strange person earlier. That's right. Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, we would end up like senior brother, pig heads. It's hard to say. Senior brother is very strong. The two of us might not last long enough to turn into pig heads before we die here. Zhang Yushan showed an unsightly expression as he listened from the side through gritted teeth. However, he could not do anything. He could only swear to himself that after he recovered his strength, he would teach these two pig-brained junior brothers a lesson. Suddenly, a few beams of starlight descended together with the tide. This startled Zhang Yushan to his senses. He shouted, "Junior brothers, quickly save me!" Who knew? When his two junior brothers saw that the situation was bad, they had already fled. By the time Zhang Yushan remembered that he had forgotten about his senior brother, the starlight had already descended. It would be too late to save him. Boom! A huge pit appeared in the ground. No one knew if Zhang Yushan was dead or alive. The two junior brothers rushed over in fright, searching for Zhang Yushan's tracks. Naturally, no one paid attention to such a scene. The faux gods outside the trial tower all wanted to know who won this final exchange. Logically speaking, Gu Yushan should have won. His song was perfect without any openings. He infused all his martial Tao will into the final note. It is truly incredible. That strange person should be someone from the divine Dragon Empire. That final dragon, Roar, was not much inferior. No matter how I think about it, only the Heavenly Alliance's Xiaoqin can match this strange person's identity. However, I heard that this Xiaoqin failed to break through to the perfect divine seal. That news is definitely not fake. How could he recover in 3 days? Indeed, the backlash from breaking through to the perfect divine seal would cause him to lose his cultivation at best. At worst, he would die on the spot. How could he be so lively in just 3 days? A mystery. This is truly a mystery. The final dragon roar exposed most of Xiao Chen's identity. However, these faux gods all received the news. Xiao Chen had indeed failed to break through to the divine seal. His junior brothers personally saw it. Some people even directly asked fiendish Saber Shimu. Shimu's answer was the same. The strange person's identity immediately became a mystery, hard to distinguish. It's out. Shock waves spread out in the light screen. The mysterious phenomenon vanished and the scene reappeared. The discussion of who the strange person was ended. Everyone wanted to see who won and who lost. Gu Yuhan is still around. In the scene, Gu Yuhan held his bamboo flute with one hand. His complexion paled as he looked around, clearly trying to find Xiao Chen's figure. Where is he? Could he have run? In the end, although Xiao Chen forcefully shattered the blue sky and blue sea with a dragon roar, the many foe gods still sensed his rage. They believed that he would not be able to block the shock waves from the blue sky and blue sea. Whoosh! A wind blew like lightning, scattering the dust. Then, the bandaged strange person appeared. Gu Yuhan flung the bedsheet like a cloak, sweeping away the dust. Then he slowly revealed himself. His sharpness did not diminish, and his aura remained the same as before. What a blue sky and blue sea! I nearly died here. However, many thanks to your distinguished self. I advanced to half-step Sovereign Emperor and have not experienced a huge battle. Since I did not die in this battle, I will definitely rise up, Xiao Chen said softly. Xiao Chen said softly. His voice came through the gauze, sounding deep and low. However, it felt even more mysterious and unfathomable. Gu Yuhan revealed a suspicious expression. He could not figure out Xiao Chen's current state, so his face turned somewhat sullen. Naturally, Gu Yuhan did not want to let Xiao Chen off. However, the earlier battle had not been easy for him, either. Right now, Gu Yuhan could not figure out Xiao Chen, so he did not dare to act rashly. However, when he heard Xiao Chen's words, Gu Yuhan realized that Xiao Chen was thanking him for helping him. Gu Yuhan could not help feeling depressed, and murderous intent surged. The two continued to face each other, clashing their auras. However, they still did not intend to let go. Whoosh! Suddenly, a tricolored spiritual light tore through the sky, forming a curved rainbow bridge in the sky. A 100,000-year-old herb king. Xiao Chen's and Gu Yuhan's expressions changed as they split some of their attention to pay attention. Gu Yuhan hesitated for only a moment before finally making up his mind. Then he turned around and left. Trying to leave? Have you asked for my permission? However, Xiao Chen smiled coldly. When he saw the other party reveal an opening, his battle hunger surged, and he charged over again. Chapter 2163. When facing Xiao Chen's attack, everyone felt startled. Clearly, they had not expected Xiao Chen to be so decisive. Gu Yuhan had just revealed an opening when Xiao Chen caught it and instantly attacked. Bang! Caught off guard, Gu Yuhan was forced to turn around and receive Xiao Chen's palm strike. The instant the two palms clashed, the two each took 100 steps back. Gu Yuhan stood firmly and shouted coldly, "This is never-ending!" Gu Yuhan's aura suddenly soared. He flicked his finger, and a strand of divine energy turned into a beam of light and shot out. The moment divine energy appeared, it was truly unrivaled. Xiao Chen pulled on his cloak and executed the flawless saber Dao. He showed a grave expression as he continuously split this strand of divine energy. Gu Yuhan smiled coldly and spread his arms, slowly vanishing. This time, he did not leave any openings. Just like that, Gu Yuhan left in pursuit of the 100,000-year-old Herb King. Bang! When the other party completely vanished, Xiao Chen, who had been retreating as he fought, suddenly stood firmly. Then he merged his veritable essence energy, vital qi and soul energy, and threw a ferocious punch. The beam of light formed by the significantly weakened divine energy completely scattered. The shock waves spread out, and everywhere the golden light passed, nothing remained. Xiao Chen wrapped his cloak around himself again. As he looked at the rainbow bridge in the sky, he revealed an expression of caution and luck. Fortunately, this 100,000-year-old Herb King suddenly appeared. Otherwise, he might have been forced to leave paradise. This Gu Yuhan was truly strong. In the end, Xiao Chen was not in his peak state. His movements were somewhat restricted. There was already a gap between him and false emperors in the first place. In such a state, he was even harder to deal with. The earlier battle could not be described with just the word dangerous. That Gu Yuhan was very scheming. He simply did not want to give Shao Qin a chance to remain in paradise. If Shao Qin showed any weakness, Gu Yuhan would definitely kill him. If Shao Qin showed any weakness, the other party would ignore everything and continue attacking him. If Shao Chen did not leave paradise, the other party would definitely kill him. Unfortunately, Gu Yuhan could not see through Shao Qin, unable to calculate how much combat prowess Shao Qin had. Gu Yuhan did not dare to take the risk, lest he get severely injured and lose the ability to compete with the other false emperors. The other party was tempted by the 100,000-year-old Herb King's appearance. However, at the same time, he wanted to use this opportunity to test Shao Qin. He purposely pretended to be anxious, turned around, and left, leaving an opening. If Shao Chen didn't make a move, then it was certain that Shao Chen's current fighting spirit was faked. Then he would immediately turn around and fight again, forcefully killing Shao Chen or forcing him out of paradise. If Shao Chen made a move, it would prove that Shao Qin still had the strength to fight. There was no need to tangle with Shao Qin any longer. It was more important to quickly subdue the 100,000-year-old Demon King. However, he had never expected that Shao Chen's injuries were indeed not light, much more serious than his. It was just that he had seen through the other party schemes and was a step ahead of them. I need to find a place to recuperate. I finally stabilized my strength as a half-step sovereign emperor. I now have a clear understanding of a false emperor's strength. Once I recover completely and return to my peak, I won't have to fear even a false emperor. In reality, false emperors were considered half-step sovereign emperors, but they were still not sovereign emperors. The difference between a half-step sovereign emperor and a false emperor was not as large as one might imagine. False emperors had only two advantages. First, they had formed their divine seal longer. Second, they had condensed divine energy. However, such divine energy was not true divine energy. Without the support of divine veins, one could not bring out the true might of divine energy. False emperors were not scary. The scary one was Gu Yuhan. It was like a half-step sovereign emperor. Zhang Yushan was also a half-step sovereign emperor. However, he could not last more than 10 moves against Shao Qin, who was of the same cultivation realm. Cultivation realm was always just one of the factors that measured one's strength. It was not absolute. This was especially so before the outstanding talents. Unless the difference in cultivation was too great, one could never use one's cultivation to judge one's strength. However, even if it was Gu Yuhan, Shao Chen was confident that as long as he entered his peak state, Gu Yuhan would definitely regret leaving. The next time they met, Gu Yuhan would definitely regret leaving this time. I won't have a chance to fight for this 100,000-year-old Herb King. Shao Chen thought for a while, but he did not show much envy. The 10,000-year-old Herb Kings that he obtained were all peak quality. Furthermore, Shao Chen had directly consumed and refined all of them, which targeted him. After refining them, he could quickly convert them into his own cultivation. However, a 100,000-year-old Herb King was indeed very rare. A 100,000-year-old Herb King was nearly the same age as the faux god world. Furthermore, it was tainted by the demonic qi of this place, which made it very ferocious. It would be very difficult for a person to subdue it alone. Shao Qin knew where some 100,000-year-old Herb Kings hid. However, he did not dare to rashly make a move. I wonder who will be the one to obtain this 100,000-year-old Herb King in the end. I believe that it will take some time to fight for it. After Shao Chen muttered to himself, his figure flashed and he left. After Shao Chen left, the faux gods outside the trial tower no longer paid attention to Shao Chen. The scenes on the light screens revolved around that 100,000-year-old Herb King. A 100,000-year-old Herb King was extremely important to these faux gods. Of course, the faux gods had to verify the rank of this spirit herb first. Otherwise, even a 100,000-year-old spirit herb would be useless. At a desolate place in the boundless herb fields in paradise, Shao Qin looked at the sky and entered deep thought. It looks like the outside world can indeed notice everything that happens in here. Since entering, Shao Qin felt like something was paying attention to him. This feeling only truly vanished just now. That sense of discomfort was very obvious. Combined with the 100,000-year-old Herb King that just appeared, Shao Qin already determined that this Herb King had to have helped him attract attention. I really have to thank this 100,000-year-old Herb King. It has helped me a lot, Shao Qin said softly. Then he said, I have to absorb all of this primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment first, lest my hands and feet become tied. As long as my meridian injuries recover, they are actually just minor injuries. After making up his mind, Shao Qin sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, speeding up his absorption of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment. Previously, when Shao Qin was asleep, he had been passively absorbing the ointment. Hence, the speed was extremely slow. After 3 days, he had only absorbed a small portion. However, just this small portion had pulled him back from the gates of hell. This showed how miraculous this primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment was. Now that Shao Qin took the initiative to refine it, his absorption speed was incomparable to before. In merely 1 hour, Shao Qin recovered most of the injuries he suffered and the veritable essence energy and soul energy that he drained from the fight with Gu Yuhan. The ointment's effects were startlingly strong, allowing Shao Qin to focus even more on healing the hidden injuries he suffered from his chaotic great Tao and unstable veritable essence energy. Time went by unknowingly. Shao Qin's body emitted a green light as he anxiously treated his injuries. While he was anxiously treating his injuries, he did not notice that the strong life force contained in this green light actually caused many lush green grass to grow in this desolate land. Some withered old trees even sprouted. 2 days later, when Shao Qin opened his eyes again, the scene before him immediately shocked him. The desolate land that he had purposely chosen, devoid of life force, actually turned into a scene brimming with life. All sorts of flowers and grasses appearing everywhere. Unexpectedly, this place turned into a valley filled with life and hundreds of flowers. The primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment? What kind of ointment did Senior Shimu give me? Shao Qin was shocked by the scene before him. He knew that this should be the lingering effects of the ointment as it was being refined. After 2 days, Shao Qin's injuries had already healed completely, no longer showing any signs of relapse. Shao Qin had returned to his peak. The more horrifying thing was that he sensed that half of the ointment in the bandages had not been absorbed. Shao Qin used only half of the ointment to completely recover his battered body. He felt that it was overkill. The medicinal effects overflowed. Now there is no need for this bandage to remain. A look of disdain flashed in Shao Qin's eyes as he naturally showed a tyrannical air. However, just as Shao Qin was about to tear off the bandages, he stopped. Why do I need to tear it off? Although his attire was strange, they didn't seem to recognize him. Shao Qin hid his identity very well. This seems pretty good. If Shao Qin appeared in paradise, who knew how much trouble there would be? There were simply too many benefits to hiding his identity. Since that is the case, there is no need to rush to tear off the bandages. Although my attire looks strange, I have never cared about the opinions of others. With this thought, Shao Qin stopped what he was doing and covered himself with the bedsheet again. Hey! Just at this moment, Shao Qin let out a soft cry of surprise. He saw a tricolored light quickly flying over to where he was. It was that 100,000-year-old Herb King. Chapter 2164. The Thundercliff tree immediately turned sinister and terrifying in front of Shao Qin. Black aura wriggled around it, looking like a ferocious beast. However, the Thundercliff tree had already gone berserk. When it sensed the aura of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment on Xiaoqin, it went berserk. This was its life-saving tonic. Xiao Chen pulled back the Thunder Cliff tree's heart, which nearly leaped out of his chest. Then he stretched out his hand above the valley. Either die or obtain the opportunity. 5. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he thought of the reason. This 100,000-year-old Herb King was probably attracted by the aura of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment. Whoosh! After it, even if I have to chase it to the ends of the world, I will make this fellow spit it out. Chu Feng felt incredibly frustrated. He and Fang Xiaobai were the ones who discovered this Thundercliff tree. It should have belonged to the two of them in the first place. This is not a coincidence. Chu Feng thought about something. In the first place, he mainly cultivated the Thunder Dao and grasped the Thunder Dao domain. Now that he had returned to his peak, he did not fear the severely injured Thundercliff tree. Rumble. Go all out. Right now, Xiao Qin did not know what his chances were. However, it did not matter whether he advanced or retreated. Originally, he thought that even if someone tried to reap the benefits, that person would not be able to quickly subdue the Thundercliff tree. Instead, that person might even help them block the Thundercliff tree. Mu Yinju could not help but ask when he saw Gu Yuhan's hand trembling as he held the flute with an exceptionally unsightly expression. For the next 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, the Thundercliff tree would continuously absorb lightning-attributed energy. A tribulation mark would be left on the Thundercliff tree. Xiao Chan looked carefully and saw more than 100 tribulation marks densely packed on the Thundercliff tree. Xiao Qin felt like an evil, ferocious beast was staring at him. He found this feeling very unbearable. He was not unfamiliar with this feeling. Road turning around. Xiao Chen had made many decisions in the past. Most of the time, he would choose to take a gamble. However, when he was not confident, he would choose to retreat. With a cold shout, Xiao Chen's battle hunger blazed like a fierce fire, breaking the heavy aura in the surroundings. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he tore off the bedsheet with his right hand. The messy bedsheet turned into a saber as he executed Xiao Chen's peak attack. Their advantage was that they were familiar with the operating rules of this world and were well versed in the surroundings. They were adept at escaping, and a moment of carelessness would allow them to escape. 6. His heart was beating faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Xiao Qin remained unmoved, his expression cold. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he sensed the power of heaven and earth locking onto him. The Thundercliff tree searched around and finally found Xiao Qin at the top of the mountain. The Thundercliff tree's aura was greatly weakened. However, in this desperate situation, he only paused for a moment before unleashing all of his ferocious nature. Rumble. Martial Dao cultivation was like rowing a boat against a current. If one did not advance, they would fall back. On the path of cultivation, everyone would encounter fortuitous encounters. A single decision that seemed to take only an instant could change one's entire life. The universe origin sex Chu Feng muttered with an extremely sullen expression. I only saw an afterimage. However, I think that it is definitely him. Aside from him, no one else's afterimage would have the silhouette of a bedsheet. Clearly, this was an outstanding talent that the various factions, false emperors or half-step sovereign emperors believed could hold their own against a false emperor. At this point, the weaker ones no longer qualified to compete for this Herb King. The lingering lightning blocked the Thundercliff tree's connection to the world, crippling it by half. Whoosh! Whoosh! Spiritual light flickered, and electricity crackled endlessly at the bottom of the valley. Strands of purplish-black lightning lingered, radiating a startling, baleful aura. 3, 2, 1. It's that strange person in the bedsheet. Xiao Qin could clearly sense that this Thundercliff tree's aura was weak. The spiritual light it gave off was much weaker than when Xiaochen saw it 2 days ago. Immediately, everyone felt incredibly frustrated. For 2 days, they had fought a battle of wits and courage with this thundercliff tree, exhausting themselves. Yet, in the end, that strange person easily collected it. Unexpectedly, when the 7 landed, aside from some lingering aura, they could no longer see that person or the thundercliff tree. Just at this moment, miserable cries came from deep underground. Cracks immediately appeared in the sky. An entire herb field shook continuously. The 7's expressions changed drastically. Yuan Zhen said sullenly, "Everyone, we can no longer remain in this herb field." After the thundercliff tree fell to the bottom of the valley, anxiety spread in the air. A faint whirlpool formed. Whoosh! The entire valley lost its life force. All the flowers and plants withered without exception. The outstanding talents of the various factions were still behind the thundercliff tree. They would soon catch up. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Then he firmly grabbed the thundercliff tree, which had lost its ferocious nature and left in a flash. As Xiao Chen got closer to the thundercliff tree, time passed quickly. He only had 3 seconds left. A loud sound rang out, and that 100,000-year-old Herb King fell to the bottom of the valley. Whoosh! 7. A battle raged in Xiao Chen's mind. However, it only lasted for an instant. In that instant he made his decision. The thundercliff tree grew excited. It finally discovered the source of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment. The Herb Kings in paradise were all ferocious and tainted with a demonic nature. They were very different from those in the outside world. However, the other 6 did not have much time to think. They looked at the crack in the sky and hesitated for a moment before catching up to Yuanzhen, leaving quickly. If Xiao Qin could not subdue this thundercliff tree in 10 breaths, the people chasing after him would catch up. With so many false emperors watching, it would be practically impossible for him to leave. When Mu Yunju saw the situation, he did not ask any further. However, he thought to himself, there must be more to this than meets the eye. Firmaments rage, covering the sky with one hand. Damn it! They did not have complete souls, but they were sentient. Clearly, they knew to flee after being injured. Feeling anxious, all of them brought out their trump cards and sped up, rushing towards the valley. After glancing around, Xiao Qin focused his attention on the 100,000-year-old Herb King. A colossal hand containing the rage of a great, desolate Aeon ancestor dragon appeared and covered the sky. Night enveloped the area as the back of the hand blocked the descending purple lightning. Before the thundercliff tree could execute its killing move, this saber light struck it. It lost its ferocious nature and fell to the bottom of the valley. The fluctuation of aura was like a heartbeat. Bang! 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 The thundercliff tree actually synchronized with Xiao Chen's heartbeat. After 2 seconds, many figures descended. There were the profound Heaven Holy Lands Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan, the Universe Origin sects Chu Feng and Feng Xiaobai, the Bushan Palaces Xiao Hozun and Bai Yunfei, and the hidden spirit temples Yuanzhen. Bang! The divine seal in his soul pool activated, and Xiao Qin leaped out. Wrapped in a bedsheet, he launched himself at the ferocious thunder cliff tree. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. After a while he asked, "It is injured. Everyone, are we going to chase or not? The problem is, why did it come to where I am? Is it a coincidence or on purpose?" When the thunder cliff tree pounced over, it kicked up lightning everywhere and the pitch-black sky. Bolts of purple-black lightning descended, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions as if a peerless, ferocious beast was about to appear. Gu Yuhan said calmly, suppressing the rage in his heart. At this moment, the thunder cliff tree's trunk was about 1 meter tall, looking like a small tree. The branches branched off, and purple leaves grew on the branches, looking like refined iron. Without even a 10% chance of success, it would be unwise to risk it. At this moment, intense pain spread through Xiao Chen's entire body. At the last second, he activated all the potential in his body, and his aura erupted. Humph! Bang! At that time, Xiao Chen might lose his Tao and his life before he could even retreat. Although Xiao Chen did not fear false emperors, he would not be able to protect himself if surrounded. 8. There was definitely something strange going on. Xiao Chen grew cautious as he spread his arms. He left a faint purple mark where he stood. Then his figure appeared above the valley, temporarily avoiding it. After the Thundercliff tree absorbed the remnant primal chaos heaven, replenishing ointment's medicinal energy, its body became brighter. That was why the Thundercliff tree had run to this desolate land to treat its injuries and recover its strength. If Xiao Chen had not fallen for the Thundercliff tree's trick, this would not have happened. Gu Yuhan and the others had been traveling quickly and had already unleashed their full power several times. Now that they were 1 second late, it would be difficult for them to catch up. However, compared to the severe injuries the Thundercliff tree suffered, it was still a drop in the bucket, far from sufficient. Who could not be angry? For when Gu Yuhan looked into the distance, he saw several strong auras behind the Medicine King. Although Xiao Chen had said 10 seconds, he had only given himself 8 seconds to unleash his killing move in advance. Under the heavy pressure, the heartbreaking style had surpassed its peak. When Xiao Chen saw it clearly, his heart skipped a beat. This was actually a Thundercliff tree. 10. The most important thing was to be decisive and not hesitate. What's going on? Gu Yuhan could only watch from afar and see if he could get lucky. Gu Yuhan's hand faced the sky, and his palm faced the ground. A flash of saber light moved very quickly, appearing only for an instant. Gu Yuhan knew that Xiao Chen must have fooled him 2 days ago. The other party should be a spent force. The instant the Thundercliff tree came into contact, Xiao Chen roared and suddenly accelerated. He shouted out the final 3 seconds in his mind. Then, this colossal hand grabbed all the purple-black lightning in the surroundings. In the next moment, it exploded. The lightning, mixed with the saber light, tore through the world, lingering there. It was not an easy task to subdue the Herb King in this herb field. The combat prowess that a 10,000-year-old Medicine King could bring out was already comparable to that of a half-step sovereign emperor. Its only weakness was that it was not flexible and did not know martial techniques. The 7 appeared almost at the same time. Their expressions were somewhat unsightly. Before they rushed over, they had sensed the fluctuations of battle. Of the 7, only the hidden spirit temple's Yuanjin looked into the distance with a contemplative expression. The branches and leaves on the Medicine King's body trembled, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. The ferocious nature that it burst out with was no weaker than a false emperor's. "Senior Brother Gu, what's wrong?" This Medicine King should have grown at the top of the Thundercliff, receiving the baptism of the Thunder Tao. The moment it was born, it would suffer a 1,000-day lightning tribulation and survive for 3 years. That 100,000-year-old Medicine King actually took the initiative to fly towards Xiaochen after he entered closed-door cultivation for 2 days. To think that a spirit herb wanted to swallow me. How reckless! Flawless Tao, using thoughts as a saber, heartbreaking stance. 9. Whoosh! It's fine. That Thundercliff tree seemed like a gourmet that saw a delicacy as it launched itself at Xiaochen. After Yuan Zhen finished speaking, he turned around and left with a somewhat grave expression. This was indeed true. This desolate valley, which was originally devoid of life, only had its aura exuding life force. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in this valley. This showed how horrifying the medicine's effects were. Chapter 2165. A sorrowful cry caused cracks to appear in the primal chaos sky, where demonic chi and immortal chi coexisted. The expressions of the various super-faction disciples in the herb field changed as they quickly fled. A great horror was about to appear. Before entering paradise, the various elders had instructed them to leave when the sorrowful cry appeared in the herb field. If they could not leave quickly, they had to forcefully leave this paradise, even if they had to pay the price of not being able to continue experiential training. Otherwise, they might fall here if they were not careful. After subduing the Thunder Cliff Tree, Xiaoqin, who was fleeing, also saw the crack in the sky. The primal chaos sky was incredibly viscous. Unexpectedly, cracks appeared, startling Xiaoqin. Black fireballs rained down from the crevice. It was a terrifying scene. Are those things buried underground going to come out? Xiaoqin asked with a slight frown. Previously, he had discovered that there were countless ancient demonic sovereigns kneeling on the thrones in this herb field. The spirit herbs were hidden underground. When everyone subdued the spirit herbs, it was only a matter of time before they startled the countless corpses. I have to go. The herb field was a treasure land. Just a 10,000-year-old herb king would be a huge harvest. Naturally, no one would be willing to leave. This was especially so for the disciples who had not obtained any herb kings or the cultivators who were subduing herb kings. These people would try their luck and would not be able to make a decisive decision. Xiaoqin had gained a huge harvest. Naturally, he would not try his luck. His figure flashed as he soared into the air. Xiaoqin moved gracefully like a roaming dragon. A bedsheet fluttered like the wind, flapping noisily as it spun around, looking like snow or clouds. Xiaoqin's figure moved nimbly, appearing as ethereal as an immortal as he dodged the many black fireballs. Even though Xiaoqin's nimble figure was draped in a bedsheet, it was still breathtaking. The huge light screen outside the trial tower locked on to Xiaoqin again. The many faux god powerhouses muttered to themselves. At this moment, the various faux gods had a rough idea of who this strange person was. It was Xiaoqin, dragon race bloodline, peak bladesman, firmament's rage, perfect divine seal. The various characteristics that Xiaoqin revealed matched these characteristics. What's more, it was just him, Xiaoqin. However, according to the news that everyone had received, Xiaoqin had clearly failed to break through to the divine seal and suffered a backlash. His life and death were unknown, so it was impossible for him to be as lively as a dragon or a tiger within 3 days. This was something that Xiaoqin could not understand. The faux god powerhouses of the various clans came to a tacit understanding. Now that they roughly confirmed Xiaoqin's identity, they did not expose him. Because it was really awkward, it was not like he was their disciple. There was nothing much to say. Furthermore, there were some unexpected factors. He couldn't be 100% sure that it was Xiaoqin. Apart from that, there was also the 100,000-year-old king herb, the Thunder Cliff Tree. A 100,000-year-old Thunder Cliff Tree was a natural treasure that could tempt even a faux god. These faux gods all had their own thoughts, thinking about how to obtain the Thunder Cliff Tree after this. This was especially so for some faux gods who cultivated the Thunder Tao. They were eager to give it a try, their eyes flickering continuously. Is it really him? Mu Zifeng thought to himself. However, he could not match the image of Xiaoqin in his mind to this bandaged person draped in a bedsheet. Mu Zifeng already had an answer in his heart, but he still did not believe it. The difference in style was too great, completely different extremes. In the herb field in paradise, Xiaoqin sped up and left. The situation had already worsened, but some cultivators were still unwilling to leave. Most of these people were subduing king herbs, unwilling to give up on this fortuitous encounter, hoping to get lucky. These people thought that they could still make it in time if they quickly left after subduing the king herb. These people consoled themselves by doing so. Naturally, Xiaoqin would not care about people with such thoughts. These people were putting their lives on the line. That is. Suddenly, Xiaoqin stopped, and his gaze froze. Two people wearing alloy battle armor were gritting their teeth as they subdued a 10,000-year-old king herb. It was Yun Fei and Nangong Feng. Why are these two still not leaving? Like Shao Qin, Yun Fei and Nangong Feng were Heavenly Alliance newcomers from Desolate City. This was especially so for Yun Fei. Like Shao Qin, he was a disciple of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Their friendship was deep, different from the others. Nangong, I feel that something is wrong. Let's retreat. If we do not leave now, we might not make it in time, Yun Fei said with a somewhat nervous expression as he executed the 13 wind controlling swords. After some thought, Nangong Feng said, "You should leave first. This dream lotus flower is compatible with my attribute. As long as I obtain it, I will definitely be able to break through to half-step Sovereign Emperor. If I lose this opportunity, who knows how long I will have to wait." Nangong Feng knew that the situation was extremely dangerous. However, he found it hard to give up. This was an opportunity to break through to half-step Sovereign Emperor. However, he did not want to implicate Yun Fei, so he let him leave first. "Let's go together. I'll help you subdue it. It will be faster." Yun Fei shook his head. He did not choose to leave alone, staying behind to help Nangong Feng subdue this 10,000-year-old king herb. The two moved together in the faux god world and had a deep relationship. Even if it were Yun Fei, Nangong Feng would not abandon him. Whoosh! Just at this moment, something strange happened. A skeletal hand suddenly emerged from the ground. Before Yun Fei could react, that skeletal hand yanked him out of the air. The skeletal hand grabbed Yun Fei's ankle and pulled down, instantly dragging half of his body into the ground. Yun Fei immediately panicked. However, even with all his martial techniques, he could not do anything about it. When Nangong Feng saw the situation, he quickly gave up on subduing the dream lotus flower and turned around to save Yun Fei. Whoosh! 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 Several more skeletal hands appeared. This time, even Nangong Feng found it hard to protect himself. "I'm probably going to die here." Despair and guilt appeared in Nangong Feng's heart. It did not matter if he died, but he also implicated Yun Fei. Nangong Feng should have left long ago. His greed led to this disaster. Whoosh! At the crucial moment, a figure descended from the sky. First, this figure directly scattered the dream lotus flower's ferocious nature with a palm strike, subduing it. Then a dragon roar rang out, and a dragon roar rang out. As the perfect divine seal activated, the Tao contained in the dragon roar spread out. "Kassier! Kassier!" Those skeletal hands shattered. Shao Chen did not stop moving like a phantom as he pulled out Yun Fei, who was half buried in the ground. He subdued the Herb King, saved Yun Fei, and activated the divine seal. This series of actions flowed smoothly, completed in an instant. Yun Fei and Nangong Feng felt like they were dreaming, startling awake after a while. "Brother, many thanks for helping me. I am unable to repay this life-saving grace." When Nangong Feng saw the strangely dressed Shao Qin, who was wrapped in a bedsheet, he felt shocked. This person's strength and attire were also incredibly strange. "It's me, Shao Qin." There was no need to hide his identity from Yun Fei and Nangong Feng. So Shao Qin told them the truth. "Shao Qin!" The two showed pleasant surprise on their faces. At the same time, they were in disbelief. To think that Shao Qin was already so strong. "Here, this is not the time to speak. Let's go first." Those monsters underground. Aside from half-step sovereign emperors with divine seals, the other sovereign personages do not have a good way to deal with them. "I'll escort you out." Shao Qin handed the dream lotus to Nangong Feng. Then he led the way, escorting the two away. It was not yet time for the true danger to arrive. It was not too late to leave. Right. The two did not dare to be careless. They had wanted to leave long ago. Now that they no longer had anything to worry about, they quickly followed behind Shao Qin. With Shao Chen leading the way, They naturally did not encounter any obstacles. The three managed to leave the herb garden after 1 hour, despite the daunting experience. When the three looked back, the cracks in the pitch-black, primal chaos sky dome looked terrifying. Miserable cries came from underground, making one's hair stand on end. Nangong Fong and Yun Fei felt a lingering fear. If not for Xiao Chun making a move, they would have died for sure. Xiao Chen, many thanks, the two said gratefully. This was especially so for Nangong Fong, as Xiao Chen had even helped him subdue the dream lotus. Nangong Fong felt so grateful that he did not know what to say. We are all brothers. There is no need to be so polite. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then he thought about Yun Fei's cultivation technique and gave him one of the 10,000-year-old herb kings. This, I cannot accept it. When Yun Fei saw this, he was startled. A 10,000-year-old herb king was incredibly precious, worth cities. He simply did not dare to accept it. Xiao Chen said calmly, I coincidentally obtained a 100,000-year-old herb king. This one is nothing. Yun Fei and Nangong Fong felt greatly shocked, unable to hide the shock on their faces. I still have something to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Right. A fog sea lay before them. After crossing this fog sea, they would arrive at another experiential training ground in paradise. The other people in the sea of fog were already rushing forward with all their might, trying to seize the initiative. As Yun Fei and Nangong Fong watched Xiao Chen disappear into the fog sea, they remained speechless for a long time, feeling deeply moved. Let's go too. I believe it is not convenient for Xiao Chen to be with us now. I really can't recognize you as brother Xiao Chen with your attire. At the mention of Xiao Chen's attire, the two could not help laughing. Then they stepped into the fog sea at the same time. Xiao Chen was in a rush to leave, not because it was not convenient for him to be with the two, but because he wanted to deal with the 100,000-year-old herb king's thundercliff tree on the spot. If he did not deal with it, there would be a lot of trouble. Xiao Chen chose to refine it on the spot, not giving the others a chance to do so. Chapter 2166. Beyond the herb field was a boundless sea of fog. This fog sea was said to be a land of fortuitous encounters in paradise. Someone had once discovered a divine crystal there. There were also people who obtained damaged divine armaments and secret treasures in the fog sea. There were even people who obtained damaged true god flames. As for Xiao Chen, he had no intention of continuing to search for opportunities in the sea of fog. Fortuitous encounters in the fog sea were much more difficult to find than herb fields. Furthermore, they were all broken pieces of weapons. To a sovereign personage, they were practically useless. In this era, it was already impossible to become a true god. Even if one had a divine artifact, they would not be able to use it. Most faux gods used soul tools. The so-called divine weapons were not even as valuable as a medial-grade soul tool. The research value of the divine weapon fragment was greater than its practical value. Of course, the fragments of the faux god flame counted separately. However, the chances of finding the faux god flame were even lower than finding the divine herb in the herb field. As Xiao Chun walked through the sea of fog, his spiritual sense and soul energy were greatly restricted. All he could see was a vast expanse of fog. His field of vision was less than 1,000 meters. On the ground, there was an ancient and dilapidated aura. There was a damaged Tao aura lingering about, making one think deeply. This place should have been one of the battlefields of the righteous and demonic Tao when the heaven realm shattered. Xiao Chen was rather satisfied with this ancient battlefield. It was a superb hiding place, and it couldn't be any better to use it to refine and absorb the thundercliff tree. This is it. Xiao Chen randomly chose a barren mountain and confirmed that it was remote enough that no one would find it. He took out the 100,000-year-old king herb, the thundercliff tree. Hua! On the light screen outside the trial tower, The image of Shao Chun in the sea of fog was slightly blurry, but one could still make out a rough outline. Thundercliff Tree. This is the 100,000-year-old king herb. There hasn't been a 100,000-year-old king herb in that herb field for many years. If it were any other 100,000-year-old herb king, it wouldn't have much value. But this Thundercliff tree is really incredible. Even if it's not a thunder elemental virtual god, it's great to use it to avoid the thunder tribulation. That's right. If we can directly comprehend the principle behind how it absorbs the lightning tribulation and transforms it into our own energy, that would be really powerful. The faux god realm powerhouses of the various factions became excited when they saw Shao Qin take out the Thundercliff tree. Mu Zifeng thought for a while, if he really is Shao Qin, I have to give him a proper warning after I come out. If he did not handle this 100,000-year-old herb king well, it would bring him endless trouble. What is he doing? At this moment, a faux god suddenly exclaimed softly, he wants to refine the Thundercliff tree. Is this kid crazy? Refining the Thundercliff tree with his meager cultivation base is a waste of God's gift. Seeing Shao Chen refine this 100,000-year-old herb king by himself, the faux god powerhouses of the various factions showed somewhat unsightly expressions. Everyone held the thought that Shao Chen would definitely bring the Thundercliff tree out. After all, a sovereign personage could not completely refine the Thundercliff tree. Forcibly refining it would result in a great waste. The best way was to bring it out and trade it with a faux god expert, exchanging it for a treasure suitable for oneself. However, no one expected Shao Qin to directly give up on this fortuitous encounter in the fog sea. He quietly came to refine the Thundercliff tree. Many people did not expect such a scene, so they could only watch helplessly. Who exactly is this fellow? Does he know that refining the Thundercliff tree like this is a waste? Someone muttered. Although they guessed that the other party was Shao Qin, he was wrapped in bandages and a bedsheet, so they could not be sure. If they wanted to curse, they would know who to curse. While in the fog sea, Shao Qin did not think too much. He continued to focus on refining the Thundercliff tree. He only knew that 10,000-year-old fiend kings were fine. Faux god experts would not care too much about them. However, as long as he left, the 100,000-year-old herb king would not be his. Shao Qin did not have the ability to resist something that a faux god wanted. The Thundercliff tree was very useful to Shao Qin. If he forcefully refined it, it would be a waste. Shao Chen could not use it to exchange for other treasures. It was not worth it. After the cultivators who fled the herb field settled down, they started searching the fog sea. Compared to the herb field filled with fortuitous encounters, the fortuitous encounters in the fog sea were much more difficult to search for. However, it was a land of fortuitous encounters after all. If one was lucky, one would gain something. This was especially so for the cultivators who could not find any spirit herbs in an herb field. They were in high spirits. After crossing this sea of fog, one would arrive at the final trial ground of paradise. There were not many chances left for them. The fog sea slowly turned lively. However, this excitement had nothing to do with Shao Qin. Shao Qin focused on refining the Thundercliff tree, absorbing the thunder great Tao energy within. Shao Chen could clearly feel his thunder Tao domain strengthening rapidly. Shao Chen's veritable essence energy continuously condensed, and his cultivation became increasingly stable. In just one day, Shao Chen felt that his cultivation was as dense as when he advanced to half-step Sovereign Emperor 100 years ago. Shao Qin continuously absorbed and refined the 100,000-year-old medicinal energy of the Thundercliff tree. The thunder great Tao energy contained in the Thundercliff tree was simply too vast. Shao Qin could only absorb less than 1% of it. The medicinal energy scattered in the surroundings, turning into lightning as it spread out. From a distance, it looked like a sea of lightning. Bit by bit, the medicinal energy sank into the ground, floated in the sky, or merged with the fog sea. It was indeed a waste. However, even with less than 1% of the medicinal energy, the benefits were too great for Xiaoqin. 7 days later, a loud rumble rang out, and the thunder might in Xiao Chen's body soared. The thunder might was as sharp as a sword as it soared into the clouds and tore through the fog sea. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and an electric light flashed in them. The electric light in his eyes was like a saber flashing for a moment. Boom! Loud buzzing sounds came from Xiao Chen's body. His thunder Dao domain broke through 2 layers in a row, directly reaching the 3rd layer. In a mere 7 days, Xiao Chen's thunder Dao domain advanced from the 1st layer to the peak of the 3rd layer. Xiao Chen thought back to when Mu Yinju sat on the comprehension platform for a month to break through the bottleneck of his profound light Dao domain. Now, Xiao Chen broke through the bottleneck of 2 Dao domains, reaching the peak of the 3rd layer of the thunder Dao domain. This was simply incredible. However, when he thought about how Xiao Chen absorbed a 100,000-year-old herb king thundercliff tree, all of this seemed natural. Furthermore, this was just 1% of the herb king thundercliff tree's medicinal energy. Fortunately, I forcefully absorbed it now. If I went out and traded it with another faux god expert, I would have suffered a great loss, no matter what treasure I obtained. A bright light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes, revealing a strong sharpness that others did not dare to look at directly. As far as Xiao Chen knew, no one in the entire faux god world had broken through to the 2nd layer of the Dao domain. Even an outstanding talent like Mu Yunju's profound light Dao domain only reached the peak of the 2nd layer. Without a miracle, it would be impossible for Mu Yunju to break through to the 3rd layer without 10 years. Given this, Xiao Chen finally had a trump card to deal with the other false emperors, the 3rd layer Thunder Dao domain. However, the benefits that the Thundercliff tree brought to Xiao Chen were far from limited to just this. After Xiao Chen completely refined the Thundercliff tree, his divine lightning eye advanced to peak consummation. Xiao Chen vaguely sensed that he could use the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning that he obtained in the Kunlun realm. However, many faux gods were watching, so it was not good to try. Compared to the improvement of the Thunder Dao domain, the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning excited Xiao Chen even more. Whoosh! The Thundercliff tree in Xiao Chen's hand lost its medicinal energy and immediately turned into ashes, scattering with the wind. Only purple leaves that were as hard as divine metal remained. Every purple leaf contained tribulation lightning patterns. The patterns were twisted like naturally formed divine characters, looking very profound. After counting them, there were exactly 360 purple leaves. He felt that these purple leaves were very extraordinary. After observing them for a while, Xiao Chen carefully put them away. His heart surged with excitement, and his entire body felt indescribably carefree. Xiao Chen could not hide the excitement in his eyes. The opportunity of this Thundercliff tree was simply too startling. If that Gu Yuhan meets me again, there is no need for me to play tricks with him. In the end, Xiao Chen had relied on his scheming to win against Gu Yuhan, allowing him to leave. Although Xiao Chen acknowledged the other party's strength, he did not feel that he was much weaker than the other party. Back when Xiao Chen recovered from his internal injuries, he had thought of fighting the other party again. After 7 days, I wonder if I still have a chance to explore the final trial land of paradise. After Xiao Chen calmed his emotions, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes as he quickly traveled through the fog sea. Chapter 2167. As Xiao Chen traveled through the boundless fog sea, he headed for Paradise's final experiential training ground. Paradise was vast and boundless. However, there was only one place where sovereign personages could seek fortuitous encounters. Naturally, the simplest place was a herb field. 10,000-year-old herb kings that even sovereign emperors could not easily obtain outside could be obtained by sovereign personages here. Shao Chen could even obtain a heaven-defying item like the 100,000-year-old herb king, the Thunder Cliff Tree. The faintest place was the Fog Sea where Shao Chen currently was. This used to be an ancient battlefield. There were broken divine weapons and remnant divine flames. However, death chi spread everywhere, and the vast fog blocked soul energy and spiritual sense. Searching for divine weapon fragments, and there was like searching for a needle in a haystack. No matter how strong one could only gamble on boundless luck. Speaking of which, this Fog Sea was a rather fair land of fortuitous encounters. It did not matter whether one was strong or not. The final land of fortuitous encounters was the heaven-bridging peak. In the past, before the heavenly realm shattered, the world tree supported the central great realm and the heavenly realm. The heaven-bridging peak was the divine mountain where faux gods of the mundane world advanced to true God and headed to the heavenly realm. Unfortunately, the heavenly steps shattered and the world tree broke in the Black Dragon King's charge. The heaven-bridging peak also broke into 3 segments, one segment for the central great realm, one segment for the great thousand realms, and one segment for the abyssal underworld. A divine mountain broke into 3 heaven-bridging peaks. From then on, there were no more true gods in the world. The heaven-bridging peak lost the miracle of comprehending the heavenly Tao, returning to the true state and becoming a peak martial god. Even so, the heaven-bridging peak still had remnants of the heavenly Tao and the eternal supreme truths. The shock waves of the divine tribulation could be seen everywhere. To faux gods, comprehending the Tao and cultivating on this peak was no longer of much use. However, it held a fatal attraction for sovereign personages and sovereign emperors. They could instantly undergo a complete transformation when they comprehended the Tao. In the past, when paradise opened, there were many such examples. Liu Benwei was the one who helped Shao Chen find out all the information about paradise. Before Shao Chen prepared to head to paradise, Liu Benwei had told him about it. As Shao Chen traveled through the Fog Sea, he continuously thought about the various wonders and mysteries of the heaven-bridging peak. I really missed that era. The world tree didn't fall, and the sky-piercing peak still stood. The peak of the martial path was a place where everyone could fight to the death. Now that I'm at the false god realm, I'm at the pinnacle. Outsiders who don't know would think that I'm at the true god realm. I don't understand. Why is the Black Dragon King doing this? If the heavenly realm shatters and the true gods don't come out, what good will it do him? As his thoughts drifted, Shao Chen felt the sea of fog gradually weaken. Soon his vision cleared up. Many disciples of the various superpowers stopped in front of them with grave expressions. It was unknown what kind of problem they had encountered. Shao Chen didn't show himself rashly. Instead, he observed his surroundings thoughtfully. As it turned out, he was still deep within the Fog Sea. He had not left the Fog Sea. However, in the center of the sea of fog was an unknown and vast abyss. No matter where one came from, they would arrive at the edge of this abyss. The abyss was a giant pit that reached the heavens. It was incomparably pitch black and contained a terrifying demonic energy. As Shao Chen stood at the edge of the abyss and looked down, his heart skipped a beat. After taking a few more glances, he quickly withdrew his gaze as if afraid that some monster would swallow him up. Above the abyss, there were a total of 9 mysterious pontoon bridges, all of them made from pieces of ancient green pine trees. They connected to 9 different directions. They looked like divine bridges that led to the heavens. At the same time, they looked like divine chains locking something terrifying. Shao Chen looked at the floating bridges. The 9 bridges in different directions gathered in the center and ended up in the primal chaos sky. At this moment, Shao Chen finally understood. The 9 bridges should lead to the heaven-bridging peak. Since there were 9 bridges, then any one of them should lead to the heaven-bridging peak. There should be many people gathered at the entrance of each bridge. Xiao Chen wondered why these people gathered here did not step onto the bridges. I need to show myself. Otherwise, who knows how long I will have to wait. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he leaped out of the fog sea, leaving behind a faint purple mark. When he reappeared, he was already dead. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the abyss. When he reappeared, he saw that the front of the floating bridges was empty, not leading to the abyss. If one wanted to go up, one could only cross the air and step onto the floating bridges hovering in the air. However, to the people here, crossing the air and traveling 5,000 kilometers in an instant was easy. Why did these people stop here with grave expressions, not daring to go forward? Xiao Chen looked down and saw pitch black, deep abyss, demonic qi. It was absolute darkness, so dark that it felt terrifying. Xiao Chen felt fear for some reason. With just a few glances, he felt like his soul was being sucked in. So that was the case. This abyss was strange. There was no way to cross it. If one wanted to go to the heaven-bridging peak, one could only take the bridge. Aside from that, there was no other way. Based on these people's cautious expressions, it was clear that someone had tried to cross it before. In the end, that person fell into the abyss, scaring everyone into not daring to go forward. Damn it! It looks like we can't cross this bridge anymore. Earlier, several people tried to cross and fell into the abyss. We can't even jump over. There is a terrifying suction in the empty space of the bridge. Even a half-step sovereign emperor would be pulled in. A few people complained in low voices, feeling extremely depressed. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. Just at this moment, someone noticed Xiao Chen. It was impossible not to notice him. No one dressed as attention-grabbing as Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was wrapped in bandages and wrapped in a bedsheet. Anyone would take a few glances at him. Look, it's that strange person. It really is him. I heard that he was the one who snatched that 100,000-year-old herb king from the herb field. To think that he dares to show himself. Quickly, go and inform Senior Brother Mu. The people here were all disciples of the 5 super factions. Most of them had grudges with Xiao Chen. When someone saw Xiao Chen, he immediately wanted to go and inform Senior Brother Mu. However, someone immediately interrupted him and scolded, "You idiot! Don't be in a rush to inform him first. He might have a way to cross the bridge. Furthermore, those false emperors are all thinking about how to cross the bridge now. If we want to settle the score with him, that will be after this matter." Right. Let's see what he can do. Earlier, I went to the other bridges. None of the 9 bridges is easy to cross. After going around, everyone is blocked. Those false emperor outstanding talents are all thinking hard about countermeasures. Right? If we follow this bedsheet strange person, we might have a better chance. After all, he managed to snatch that 100,000-year-old herb king from the eyes of so many false emperors. He should not be simple. Xiao Chen ignored the chatter and headed for the bridge's entrance. The others quickly gave way. As Xiao Chen stood at the edge of the cliff, he looked at the winding bridge leading to the sky. It hung alone above the deep abyss, looking very mysterious. This sky-crossing bridge was at least 100,000 feet long, reaching into the clouds. However, the first few kilometers were completely empty. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Naturally, the simplest method was to leap up and step onto the floating bridge, hovering in the air. However, it was clear that someone had already tried. That person had fallen into the deep abyss, probably dead. If every pontoon bridge is difficult to cross, then it shouldn't be a coincidence. Someone purposely tested me. Each of the 9 floating bridges tests something different. When Xiao Chen heard people discussing that the other floating bridges were similarly difficult, he thought that this should be a test. If one wanted to climb the heaven-bridging peak, one had to clear these tests first. Since that was the case, then there had to be a way to cross. Xiao Chen rubbed his chin and entered deep thought. What is this floating bridge testing? Chapter 2168. At the same time on the light screen outside the trial tower, the scenes of the 9 floating bridges appeared at the same time. Each floating bridge had a group of people in deep thought. The profound heaven holy lands Mu Yunju and Guyuhan, the universe origin sects Feng Xiaobai and Chu Feng, the Bushan palaces Xiaohozun and Bai Yunfei, the hidden spirit temples Yuanzhen, and the other false emperor, heavenly bridge geniuses, all stood before the floating bridges, thinking hard about countermeasures. Every floating bridge had its own problems. The wooden planks that formed the floating bridges continuously spun, preventing people from stepping on them. Sometimes they appeared and disappeared, making it hard to choose. Sometimes they were covered in frost and fire. Some looked fine, but when one stepped on them, one would lose their mind. 9 bridges, 9 tests. I wonder who will comprehend them first. The God-conferring platform on the heaven-bridging peak is not that easy to climb. The God-conferring platform, how unfortunate. If the God-conferring platform were still complete, we would not be trapped in the faux God realm. Indeed, right now, the God-conferring platform is only of some help to sovereign emperors and sovereign personages. It is not of much help to us. It is useless to say all this now. Let's just look at what is in front of us. In my opinion, the first to solve the mystery will definitely be the hidden spirit temples, Yuanzhen. At the mention of the heaven-bridging peak, these faux gods could not help sighing. After a few words, they stopped talking about it. Solving the mystery of the heaven-bridging bridge is not too difficult for these false emperor outstanding talents. It is only a matter of time. Based on past practice, the hidden spirit temple's outstanding talents should be the first to solve it. This time should be no exception. Perhaps it will be that strange person. I think he noticed something with one glance. Humph! That fellow would rather waste more than 90% of the Thunder Cliff tree's medicinal energy than give it to us. At the very least, he will die in this 10,000 demon abyss. Just thinking about it makes me angry. At the mention of Shao Qin, the faux gods all felt some resentment. Among them, the profound heaven holy lands Gu Fei felt the heaviest resentment. When he heard someone mention Shao Qin, he could not help cursing. First, Zhang Yushan, a profound heaven holy land disciple, got beaten up by Shao Qin. Then, Shao Qin tricked the false emperor Guyuhan. If Zhang Yushan hadn't left and attacked Shao Qin wouldn't have been able to escape. Shao Qin would definitely be able to force Shao Qin to leave paradise. If Shao Qin left, there would be no more problems. That Thundercliff tree would definitely not fall into the hands of Shao Qin. Gu Fei, what do you mean? Initially, Mu Zifeng cursed like that just to vent his frustration. However, Mu Zifeng felt uncomfortable when he heard it. You are a faux god after all. What logic is there in cursing my Heavenly Alliance disciples to die? Gu Fei came to his senses. He also felt that it was inappropriate for him to say such words given his status. However, since he had already said it, it was impossible for him to take it back. He could only stubbornly say, "What's wrong? He is just a strange person, wrapped in a bedsheet. So what if I say a few words? Could he be a Heavenly Alliance disciple?" Although there were many doubtful points, most of the faux gods felt that the bedsheet monster should be Shao Qin. However, he was still wrapped in a bedsheet, and his entire body was covered in gauze, so no one could be sure. Mu Zifeng felt stifled when he heard that. He could not rebut Gu Fei's sophistry. Humph! Don't tell me that your Heavenly Alliances people all have such a strange hobby? Do you like to run around in bed sheets? Haha, this old man really did not know. Otherwise, could it be that this bed sheet is also an illusion of the alloy battle armor? Seeing that Mu Zifeng could not rebut, Gu Fei decided to go all out. Gu Fei, don't go overboard. Everyone knows this very well. This person is very likely my Heavenly Alliance's Shao Qin. You cursed him to die in front of everyone. Can't I say a few words about you? Seeing Gu Fei going overboard, Yi Zifeng felt enraged. When the spectators saw the smell of gunpowder, they all revealed a trace of a smile, actually treating it as a good show to watch. What a joke! You say that he is your Heavenly Alliance's person, but what proof do you have? I can say that he is my profound Heaven Holy Land's disciple. I am teaching him a lesson. Do I need you to interrupt? Interesting. In that case, do you dare to make a bet with me? If he is not a Heavenly Alliance member, I will agree to one of your requests. Gu Fei smiled coldly in his heart. Naturally, he would not bet. He said indifferently, "What is the point of this bet? If you want to bet, let's bet on who can ascend the God-conferring platform first. I bet that anyone can ascend the God-conferring platform first, but not your Heavenly Alliance's person." Of the 5 super factions, the Heavenly Alliance was slightly inferior in the first place. Be it the outstanding talents or accumulations, they were all weaker. Yi Zifeng did not hold much hope for paradise in the first place, so he was very open-minded about it. However, Gu Fei still cursed at Xiao Qin, even though he was mostly sure of Xiao Chen's identity. "All right, I'll bet with you that my Heavenly Alliance's person will be the first to ascend the heaven-bridging Peaks God conferring platform." Mu Zifeng said sullenly as a cold look flashed on his handsome face. "Ha ha ha. Good. It's a deal, then. Everyone will be witnesses. Whoever loses will agree to one of the other party's requests." When Gu Fei heard that, he could not help laughing loudly. Originally, he wanted to humiliate Mu Zifeng. Who knew Mu Zifeng actually agreed to this sure-win bet? Gu Fei could not help rejoicing. When the other faux god powerhouses heard that, they felt somewhat incredulous. They shook their heads slightly. No matter how they looked at it, Gu Fei's chances of winning were too high. "Lord Mu." The expressions of the Heavenly Alliance elders changed slightly, wanting to dissuade Mu Zifeng. Mu Zifeng showed a sullen expression as he waved his hand and said, "I've already made up my mind. There's no need to say anything more." Yuan Jun is moving. The light screen showed Yuan Jun stepping onto the seemingly ordinary floating bridge, which was actually an illusion and bewitching. As everyone guessed, the hidden spirit temple's Yuan Jun stepped onto the floating bridge first. Lotuses appeared under Yuan Jun's feet, and a Buddhist light shone behind him. He held his right hand in front of his chest with his thumb on the second segment of his middle finger, forming a meditative hand seal. Then he held a Buddhist treasure in his left hand. Yuan Jun appeared solemn and dignified. In the blink of an eye, he moved farther away. Yuan Jun walked more than 1 kilometer on the floating bridge without any obstruction. This immediately elicited startled cries. Soon after, Chu Feng, Feng Xiaobai, and the others stepped onto the floating bridge. Then they climbed up the bridge and soared into the sky. On the other hand, Xiao Qin already tried many methods, but still did not take a step forward. He probably failed. Lord Gu, Gu Yuhan, and Mu Yinju have already stepped onto the bridge. The light screen showed the 2 false emperor outstanding talents of the profound Heaven Holy Land already stepping onto a floating bridge and ascending. Gu Fei looked around and saw that the bed-sheathed strange person still staring at the empty floating bridge, not moving at all. Gu Fei could not help smiling coldly, showing his disdain without words. "Lord Mu, is that person wrapped in a bedsheet really Xiao Qin?" A Heavenly Alliance elder could not help feeling suspicious when he saw the situation. After all, the other outstanding talents had already made their move, but Yuan Jun had not. Mu Zifeng said after some thought, "The floating bridge in front of him is somewhat different. Those who are too smart will not be able to figure it out. However, as long as one can figure it out, one will be able to catch up. There's no rush." At the cliff of the 10,000 Demon Abyss, as Xiao Qin looked at the floating bridge, he said after some thought, "I tried at least 100 methods and came up with more than 1,000 results in my mind. Logically speaking, I should have figured out the reason long ago." These words were not due to arrogance, but the confidence in Xiao Chen's heart. Even people like Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan had already stepped onto the floating bridge. Xiao Chen should not be unable to figure it out. Using his own talent and comprehension ability to compare with others, Xiao Chen started thinking in reverse, rejecting all his previous deductions. After a while, he came to a rough guess. So that is the case. Inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. Then he strode forward and arrived at the edge of the cliff. If he took another step forward, he would fall into the 10,000 demon abyss. There were 9 pontoon bridges, and each one had a different test. I thought of thousands of different deductions and variations. In reality, I was wrong from the start. The great Tao is the simplest. This floating bridge tests only one word: courage. If not for seeing the others step onto the floating bridge, Xiao Chen might have needed much more time to break out of the trap of his thinking. However, the pride and confidence in the depths of his heart instantly woke Xiao Chen up, allowing him to break out of the limitations of his thinking. Ah! The people behind, Xiao Chen exclaimed, startled. They saw Xiao Chen, who was at the edge of the cliff, take a step into the deep abyss. This was no different from suicide. Everyone's heart tightened, completely dumbfounded. However, the next scene was even more shocking. The expected scene of Xiao Chen falling into the deep abyss did not happen. Instead, an ancient tree appeared under his feet. It was like every step Xiao Chen took bloomed lotuses. With every step he took, an ancient tree appeared under his feet. Soon, before everyone's shocked gazes, Xiao Chen stepped onto the floating bridge that had been floating in the air. The brave are fearless and advance courageously. The overcautious should not enter this bridge. Chapter 2169. The courageous had no fear and charged forward courageously. The overcautious should not enter this bridge. Earlier, the disciples of the various large sects tried to leap up and reach the floating bridge 300 meters away. Without exception, they all died in the bottomless, absolute darkness of the 10,000 demon abyss. They probably all died. After that, no one dared to try again. They were all like Xiao Chen, thinking hard about how to step onto the floating bridge 300 meters away. Unfortunately, they thought too much and ended up sinking into it. The more overcautious and cautious they were, the more they could not see through the principles behind it. The great Tao was the simplest. After understanding it, it was just courage. Perhaps some people thought of it, or perhaps some people thought that they understood it. The principles behind it were all courage. However, they did not dare to step forward, not daring to take that step that might cause them to fall. Hence, they only thought about it and did not see through it. No matter how many thoughts there were, if one was not confident and did not put them into practice, it would be useless. Only Xiao Chen was smart enough and confident enough. Why is it that the other outstanding talents have already stepped onto the floating bridge, but I have not? I, Xiao Chen, have fought along the way. In this faux god world, have I ever suffered a loss against any outstanding talents? Since that is the case, it is not that I, Xiao Chen, am stupid or that I, Xiao Chen, do not have sufficient comprehension ability. No one was stupid, especially the outstanding talents that could come to the faux god world. What they truly lacked was not comprehension ability, but confidence. Coincidentally, pride and ambition were rooted in Xiao Chen's bones from the moment he stepped onto the martial Tao. They flowed in the depths of his blood, growing endlessly. Xiao Chen had never lacked confidence. With every step he took, a piece of ancient wood would appear out of thin air. Not long after, he had officially stepped onto the floating bridge that was 1,000 feet away. Whoosh! The instant Xiao Chen's feet landed, he felt as light as a feather. A hot-bloodedness to advance courageously burned in his body. The floating bridge under his feet was like wind, allowing him to move forward boldly. Whoosh! 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 The bedsheet fluttered like a cloak. Who dared to laugh at him? No one dared to. They only felt that this person had an indescribable pride and confidence. Even though his entire body was covered in bandages, it could not hide his sharpness. Damn it! I thought about it long ago. This floating bridge might be a test of courage. That's right. Actually, it is rather simple. You can't fly over, you can't use tricks, and you can't force your way over. This is clearly telling everyone that you can't be timid. Many people felt regret when they saw Xiao Chen moving like the wind. It looked like he was about to catch up to the other outstanding talents. However, what was the point of regret? This kind of regret only meant that they still hadn't seen through it. Overcautious and indecisive, they shouldn't step onto this bridge. Xiao Chen was already flying on the floating bridge, but the group of people behind him still stood at the edge of the cliff, hesitating. If we fall, we'll lose our lives. If we step on air, our lives will be over. Do we really want to gamble? Damn it! What if I am not as brave as Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen. Xiao God, Xiao Chen Dragon Chin. Well, but after seeing Xiao and he seeing Xiao he. With and. In the end, a miserable cry rang out. Gumu did not appear out of nowhere. Instead, he fell into the 10,000 demon abyss. This frightened the others into retreating quickly, their faces pale. If one is timid, one will not be able to cross this bridge. Only by being like Xiao Chen, having a fearless heart, can one truly cross it. This group of people showed conflicted and unsightly expressions. Even though they understood the principle, not many dared to cross. Not to mention this group of people. Xiao Chen walked on the floating bridge with a relaxed expression and light footsteps. The floating bridge meandered upward. It looked flat, but in reality it climbed all the way to the primal chaos heavenly bridge. This was a heavenly bridge, a bridge that led to the heaven-bridging peak. In the scene outside the trial tower, the group of faux gods saw Xiao Chen arrive, first despite moving later. Unexpectedly, he silently took the lead. Even Yuan Zhen, who comprehended the primal chaos heavenly bridge first, was surpassed by Xiao Chen. This could be seen clearly in the scene. Xiao Chen had already taking the lead and charging into the sky. Damn, this kid actually got first place. Gu Fei was in disbelief. He read it again before cursing. F***K, it's really first place. However, this is only the first step. The Tongtian Peak is not that easy to climb. This brat has offended so many people. I don't believe he can hold on. Lord Mu, it's really as you expected, the Heavenly Alliance elders said excitedly. Mu Zifeng said indifferently, there's no rush. It is as that lunatic Gu said. This is just the beginning. Finally, other people in the 10,000 demons abyss gathered their courage and stepped onto the floating bridges. However, with this delay, these people would definitely not be as fast as Xiao Chen and the group of false emperor outstanding talents. Actually, from this, it could already be seen that the false emperor outstanding talents were indeed superior to the others. Those who could be called heavenly geniuses in the faux god realm were not weak. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt a little strange. The floating bridge gradually rose into the sky. He felt like he could touch the sticky, primal chaos sky just by stretching out his hand. However, it also felt extremely distant, right before his eyes but untouchable. While it was strange, Xiao Chen still continued forward until he reached the end of the bridge. A 7-colored whirlpool with overwhelming spiritual energy appeared at the end of the floating bridge. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen strode forward and entered the whirlpool. Others could not see the whirlpool. They only felt that Xiao Chen had reached the end of the floating bridge. Then his figure entered the sky, never to be seen again. This is the scene before Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly changed. The sky was gray, and the world around him was dark. A cold wind howled in this world. Corpses were buried in the desolate land. Dilapidated ships, half buried in the ground, and blood-stained war banners stretched as far as the eye could see. Broken skeletons were everywhere. Every skeleton gave off a startling aura. expressing boundless dissatisfaction. As the cold wind blew, the dissatisfaction, rage, and hatred all turned into roars. As the cold wind howled in the desolate land, it felt like they had existed for millions of years. Shao Qin turned solemn, showing a grave expression. Where did these skeletons come from? Why did the heaven-bridging peak give off overwhelming resentment and evil winds? A mountain peak stood not far away in front of Shao Qin. The mountain peak towered into the clouds. However, it seemed like another world was in the sea of clouds. The heaven-bridging peak. Needless to say, this was the heaven-bridging peak. A familiar, yet unfamiliar feeling assaulted Shao Qin. Shao Qin's heart skipped a beat. He immediately found it strange. It is normal for it to be unfamiliar. Why do I find it familiar? Just as Shao Qin was feeling confused, deep in thought, a dazzling Buddhist light burst forth from the dark world. A dazzling Buddhist light burst out of the dark world. The solemn and dignified Yuan Zhen, who had a benevolent expression on his face, quickly followed, appearing in this God-conferred world. Shao Qin, your attire is rather eye-catching. Although the people of my Buddhist sect do not care about the gazes of the secular world, there is no one as bold as you. Yuan Zhen said with a smile as he looked at Shao Qin. Shao Qin asked, You recognized me? That is natural. Others do not recognize you and cannot guess your identity. However, the Buddhist nature in your body cannot be hidden. No matter how much you change, you cannot escape my pair of wise eyes of the Buddhist sect. Yuan Zhen smiled, faintly appearing calm. Then he casually looked at the surrounding skeletons. The smile on Yuan Zhen's face slowly faded as he sighed softly. The path to becoming a god is very bumpy. These countless skeletons are the faux god powerhouses who died on the god-conferring platform since the heaven-bridging peak was established. The God-conferring platform? That's right. The God-conferring platform is at the top of this heaven-bridging peak. In the past, before the heavenly realm shattered and the heaven-bridging peak broke, all the faux gods of the world had to go there. After going to the God-conferring platform and undergoing the divine tribulation, one could return to the true state and become an eternal true God. Unfortunately, this path is not easy to tread. Who knows how many skeletons have been buried and how many heroes have died in the past 1,000,000 years? In the past, this heaven-bridging peak was even more difficult to tread than it is now. There are 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. 3 minor calamities, 3 major calamities, 9 minor tribulations, and 9 major tribulations. Not a single one is missing. Shao Qin said after some thought, You really know a lot. After speaking so much nonsense, do you not intend to ascend the God-conferring platform? Yuan Zhen pressed his palms together, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. Then he said seriously, there's no need. The heaven-bridging peak no longer has a divine nature, and the God-conferring platform is already broken. How can it truly become a god? It will just increase my cultivation a little and give me some comprehension. Before I came here, I already discovered that the skeletons here are all heroic spirits. Buddha is merciful. Although this little monk is weak, no matter how many I receive, it is all merit. You can go and climb this peak. We both have our own karma. Shao Qin smiled coldly in his heart, looking at Yuan Zhen's solemn expression and his merciful appearance. Others might really be fooled. However, Shao Qin was familiar with Yuan Zhen's character. He retorted in disdain, Speak properly. Stop pretending. Yuan Zhen felt somewhat embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said, There must be a senior of my Buddhist sect among these countless skeletons. If I can find an ancient Saraira, it will be much more beneficial than climbing the God-conferring platform. Shao Qin did not believe the words of this monk, not even a single punctuation. Since Yuan Zhen was willing to remain at the foot of the mountain, there was no need to care. Shao Qin still wanted to climb the heaven-bridging peak and climb the God-conferring platform. Shao Chan wanted to gamble on an opportunity on the God-conferring platform, an opportunity that Liu Benwei mentioned to him. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, Mu Yunzhu, Chu Feng, Guyuhan, and the other false emperor outstanding talents arrived one after another. These people glanced at Shao Qin, and a murderous intent flashed in their eyes. However, no one said anything to him. After they appeared, they immediately looked at the heaven-bridging peak. Without saying anything, they quickly rushed over. Shao Qin smiled coldly in his heart. Without saying anything, he leaped up and climbed the heaven-bridging peak as well. Yuan Zhen's gaze landed on the countless skeletons. Then he placed one hand on his chest and bowed. Buddha is merciful. Excellent, excellent. Chapter 2170. Yuan Zhen recited his Buddhist name and started chanting scriptures in this burial ground. A lotus appeared under Yuan Zhen's feet, carrying him through the boundless corpses. Who knew if he was searching for something or if he was really speculating in stocks and accumulating beneficence? Regardless of what this person was thinking, the focus of Paradise's final trial would definitely be on that heaven-bridging peak. The false emperor outstanding talents of the various superfactions all climbed the heaven-bridging peak, wanting to be the first to stand on the God-conferring platform. Without a doubt, whoever could truly occupy the God-conferring platform would be the greatest winner of Paradise. Whoosh! 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 The disciples of the Heavenly Alliance, Bushin Palace, the Universe Origin Sect, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the other superfactions appeared one after another in the burial ground. Soon, they flew towards the heaven-bridging peak. Soon, the heaven-bridging peak was filled with people. Hundreds of outstanding talents of the 5 superfactions gathered here, climbing to the summit. However, the ones truly at the front were Shao Qin and the other false emperor outstanding talents. These people were all chasing after them. The latecomers did not even get to see their backs. Everyone wanted to climb the God-conferring platform quickly, wanting to gain the chance to comprehend the Tao, so their cultivation, and improve their strength. However, how could the heaven-bridging peak be so easy to climb? Although it no longer had any divine nature, the might and pressure from the remnant divine might was not something that a sovereign personage could easily resist. Occasionally, illusions of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters appeared. These were not the 3 calamities and 9 disasters that faux gods had to experience, just illusions that existed in the river of time. However, to Shao Chen and the others, the heaven-bridging peak was still filled with danger. Even if Guyuhan and the others wanted to seek trouble for the strange person here, even if they knew that he snatched that 100,000-year-old Herb King, they would not be able to divert their attention to settle the score with Shao Chen. For now, Guyuhan and the others would not be able to divert their attention to settle the score with Shao Chen. As Shao Chen walked between the peaks, he had an easier time than the others. His blue dragon divine body, which he had already awakened once, held an advantage here. Originally, Yuan Zhen cultivated the indestructible iron body. In terms of strength, his Arhut Dharma body was even stronger than Shao Chen's divine body. Unfortunately, for some reason, this monk did not want to climb the peak. Without Yuan Zhen, no one could surpass Shao Chen. Hundreds of people climbed the heaven-bridging peak. The various false emperor outstanding talents were far in the lead. Then Shao Chen took the lead, leading the other false emperor outstanding talents. Outside the trial tower, the expression of the profound heaven holy lands, Gu Fei, already turned somewhat unsightly. Who would have thought that such a situation would happen to the bet that they were sure to win? Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, "Lunatic Gu, it looks like I have some chance of winning this bet. I'm afraid it was too early for you to be complacent before." Gu Fei snorted. "Humph, the show has only just begun. If he could stand on the conferred God platform and ignite the divine flame, then he would have won. Just standing there and not getting any benefits at all before being blasted off was not something to be proud of. Besides, None of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters have appeared yet. Our lead doesn't count. Light flashed in Mu Zifeng's eyes as he said indifferently, I know what you are thinking. However, let's wait and see who'll have the last laugh. This weirdo really got first place. Indeed, if he had not spent some time talking to Yuan Zhen, he would probably have gone even further. Although he's in the lead now, he's not really in the lead. He's mainly relying on the advantage of his physical body. However, the later tribulations were not something that could be passed by relying on the advantage of one's physical body. At that time, the others will be able to display their advantages, and they might have a chance to overtake us. Yes, let's continue watching. This bet is really interesting. I thought I would definitely lose, but who would have thought that this strange person would actually come out and kill me? Although the group of faux god powerhouses did not like Xiao Qin, they did not like him. However, in the depths of their hearts, they felt admiration for him for being able to get first place. Furthermore, the bridge of the brave that he walked was much more difficult than the bridges of the false emperor geniuses. The 3 calamities and 9 tribulations are here, someone exclaimed softly. Then, on the light screen, countless flaming clouds gathered at the top of the heaven-bridging peak. In the next moment, the entire sky was filled with flames, as if doomsday had arrived. It was the first of the 3 calamities and 9 calamities, doomsday fire. Of course, this was just an illusion that came from the flow of space-time and not the true flaming doomsday. If it were real, not to mention a sovereign personage, even a faux god would find it hard to block it. The appearance of the doomsday fire was a test and an opportunity for many people. There was no need to say much about the test. In the face of the doomsday fire, no one dared to take it lightly. If Xiao Chen didn't handle it well, it would be a great opportunity to overtake him. Boom! Almost as soon as the fiery clouds appeared, the doomsday fire descended with a loud rumble. No one on the peak of Tongtian could avoid it. However, there was a difference in order of priority. The first to bear the brunt was naturally Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He was already prepared for this, and he quickly untied the bedsheets. Xiao Qin used the ice Dao domain to support the bedsheet. The bedsheet immediately turned snow-white like frost. When it covered the body, it instantly felt bone-chilling, just enough to offset the terrifying power of the doomsday fire. The entire sky-piercing peak turned into a blazing mountain of flames in the doomsday fire. Many of the people who grasped the fire great Dao immediately showed cocky expressions. These people all spread out their fire Dao domains and instantly felt much more relaxed. They could even refine the doomsday fire. Not only did they not suffer any injuries, but they even benefited from it. Only an illusion would dare to refine it like this. If it were a real doomsday fire, even a faux god would not dare to take it lightly, much less refine it. Naturally, the people who did not grasp the fire great Dao naturally showed extremely unsightly expressions. Not to mention advancing. Even holding on would be a problem. At this moment, the ones who felt the most pleased were naturally the Bushan Palaces, Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai. A flame mark burned on the two's foreheads. That was the mark of the universe origin true flame that had been passed down for 1 million years. Compared to Xiao Chen's universe origin true flame, these two's universe origin true flame had more spirituality and charm. Xiaobai used this opportunity to surpass that strange person in one go. If you are confident, help me delay him, Chu Feng said seriously as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Chu Feng wanted to sacrifice Fang Xiaobai at the crucial moment to help himself. Fang Xiaobai felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, the other party was a member of the royal court and held a higher status than him. There was no need to overthink it. Fang Xiaobai felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, the other party was a member of the royal court, someone with a higher status than him. There was no need to overthink it. If there's an opportunity, I'll make a move. The two seemed to have divine assistance in the flames. They immediately shook off the other false emperor outstanding talents and frantically chased after Xiaoqin. These two guys have too much of an advantage now. I'm afraid they're going to surpass that weirdo. Bushin Palace's Xiahozun said somewhat gloomily as he watched Chu Feng and Feng Xiaobai rush past him. Feng Xiaobai, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, "There's no rush. The 3 calamities and 9 disasters have just begun. It will not be that easy for the Universe Origin sect to have the last laugh. If the 2 of them were to fight with that weirdo, we would be the ones laughing. Yes, let's be careful. This is the first calamity, so let's focus on stability. Don't use your trump cards for now." Thud, thud, thud. Chu Feng and Feng Xiaobai ran wildly through the surging Armageddon calamity. However, they were shocked to discover that Xiaoqin was not much slower than them. What's going on? Chu Feng's expression could not help changing drastically. If they could not catch up to Xiaoqin, they would not have a chance when the second calamity arrived. Feng Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief. He was not confident of fighting with this strange person in this flaming mountain. If they were not careful, they might fall off the heaven-bridging peak. World-exterminating lightning calamity. While the 2 were stunned, the Armageddon fire scattered, and the second calamity, the world-exterminating lightning calamity, quickly descended. Suddenly, thousands of purple lightning bolts descended outside the heaven-bridging peak. From the outside, this heaven-bridging peak looked resplendent and dazzling. The entire peak bathed in the lightning tribulation, giving off a dazzling purple light. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the lightning bolts descended, the frost on the snow-white bedsheet covering Xiaoqin scattered, looking like white snow falling off. He silently spread out his peak third-layer thunder Dao domain. To Xiaoqin, dealing with this world-exterminating lightning calamity was even easier than dealing with a fire. Chu Feng and Feng Xiaobai had just blocked the lightning bolts. When they looked up, they could not even see Xiaoqin's back. They did not know how far they had been left behind. Just at this moment, flute music rang out. It was Gu Yuhan holding the flute. When he played it, he could actually control lightning. Not only did the lightning fail to stop him, but it even aided him, allowing him to ascend the heaven-bridging peak. Soon, Gu Yuhan saw Xiaoqin's figure, and the murderous intent in his eyes immediately turned cold. When Gu Yuhan thought about the scene of Xiaoqin fooling him in the herb field, he could not suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Why is this fellow not moving? However, Gu Yuhan found it strange that Xiaoqin, who had been moving very fast, suddenly stopped, appearing to be in a daze. At this moment, Xiaoqin felt shocked as he looked at the heaven-bridging peak bathed in lightning and dazzling purple light. He finally understood why the heaven-bridging peak felt both familiar and strange at first glance. This sense of familiarity came from the azure mountain with a broken dragon head in the desolate sea. Chapter 2171. When he first saw the sky-piercing peak, he felt a sense of familiarity and unfamiliarity. At that time, he felt puzzled. However, when Yuan Zhen appeared and got interrupted, Xiaoqin did not overthink. Now that he was climbing higher and higher, that familiar feeling was getting stronger and stronger. It was only when the entire mountain was illuminated by lightning that Xiaoqin remembered the blue dragon's old haunt, the green mountain that had lost its dragon head. As he thought about it, Xiaoqin was instantly stunned. Could it be that the green mountain was one of the broken sky-reaching peaks? But, although the sky-piercing peak in front of him was incomparably frightening, it was still a heavenly tribulation. However, its divinity clearly remained, and its spirituality was still present. It was majestic and magnificent, causing others to feel deep veneration and not dare to profane it. However, the headless blue dragon mountain in the blue dragon haunt was a demonic mountain, a mountain that almost made him become a demon. For a moment, Xiaoqin was shocked. He was trying to figure out what was going on. That day, when he climbed the mountain, he instantly fell into a demonic trance. Today, when he ascended the conferred God platform, would the same thing happen again? If he were to fall into the demonic path in front of everyone, it would be disastrous. He really did not know what the consequences would be. While he was distracted, Shao Qin fell into deep thought and hesitated. Buzz! Suddenly, the sound of a flute rang in his ears. Boundless killing intent assaulted him, and Shao Qin was jolted awake. The bedsheet condensed into a saber, and he turned around and slashed. This slash happened to merge with the Taoist rhyme of the apocalyptic lightning tribulation. Although Shao Qin was in a daze, in reality, his thunder Tao domain had been spreading out. Without needing to get distracted, he could merge with the heaven-bridging peaks, lightning calamity. Boom! This slash happened to strike at the same time as the doomsday lightning disaster. Taking advantage of the timing and location, this slash was ridiculously powerful. Gu Yuhan's face sank. He had no choice but to stop playing the flute as his figure weaved through the electric light. In the blink of an eye, strands of energy condensed from divine energy shot out. So. With a flick of his finger, he shot out a total of 9 rays of light, destroying all the descending purple lightning. However, the saber light containing the purple lightning did not scatter. Gu Yuhan had to move back. On this heaven-bridging peak, I have the advantage of favorable timing and favorable location. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. The remnant divine might in the heaven-bridging peak was oppressive. It was fine if one did not advance, but once one retreated, the pressure would increase explosively. Gu Yuhan showed an unsightly expression as the divine might pushed him back repeatedly. At the same time, he had to dodge the world annihilation, lightning calamity. In an instant, his nimble figure turned into a sorry figure. Rumble! A few dangerous bolts of tribulation lightning forced Gu Yuhan to roll around on the mountain peak before he managed to dodge them by a hair's breadth. Ha ha ha! Brother Gu's movement technique is excellent. To think that you, the bona fide profound Heaven Holy Land's outstanding talent, practiced the lazy donkey roll so skillfully. Gu Yuhan stood up and looked. Unexpectedly, he landed beside the universe origin sects Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai. The one who sneered was the universe origin sect's Chu Feng, who looked at him with a smile. Courting death. Gu Yuhan had a cold and aloof personality. Without saying anything, he leaped up and charged at Chu Feng. Fang Xiaobai and Chu Feng felt stunned. Unexpectedly, this person had such a decisive character. With just one teasing he wanted to kill. This was the heaven-bridging peak. However, the two did not fear it. No matter how strong this Gu Yuhan was, he would only be sending himself to death. Senior brother, don't be impatient. Just at this moment, Mu Yunju appeared and quickly stopped Gu Yuhan. Gu Yuhan still showed some respect to his fellow sect member. He turned around and withdrew his killing move. Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Although they were not afraid of fighting, Chu Feng was not afraid. Although they were not afraid of fighting, if they really fought, the two would not be able to continue climbing the heaven-bridging peak. Senior brother, the person wrapped in bandages, is Shao Qin. Mu Yunju said as he looked at Gu Yuhan. What? Fang Xiaobai exclaimed in disbelief, his expression changing drastically when he heard that. If it is not him, who else could it be? A cold laugh rang out. It was Bai Yunfei rushing over with Xiahou Zun beside him. Bai Yunfei growled, You're all a bunch of idiots. Think about the Void God realm. Aside from Shao Qin, who else possesses the dragon race bloodline, is skilled with the saber and grasps the Thunder Great Tao and the Ice Great Tao? However, didn't he fail to form a perfect divine seal and suffer a backlash? Furthermore, why is Shao Qin dressed so strangely, coming out wrapped in a bedsheet? Mu Yunju said, Brother Bai and I discussed this earlier. Previously, he did not make a move much. Furthermore, he dressed strangely. Furthermore, even if we suspected him, we would not have expected him to be Shao Qin. However, after thinking about it carefully, among the faux God world disciples, aside from Shao Qin, No one matches his identity. Actually, they should have thought of this long ago. However, Xiao Chen's current attire was simply too strange. Furthermore, they had already received news that Xiao Chun failed to form a divine seal, so they did not think about it. Now that they came to their senses, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was Xiao Chen. Damn it! Had I known that it was him, I would have taken his life in the herb field. To think that this fellow dares to appear. Fang Xiaobai cursed, unable to hide his rage. Bai Yunfei looked at the heaven-bridging peak and said, "If that Baldi Yuan Jin did not come, no one will have an advantage over him on this heaven-bridging peak. He already obtained 2 of the advantages of the right time, the right place, and the right people. He will probably monopolize the benefits of this God-conferring platform." "What do you mean?" Bai Yunfei replied indifferently. "Although there are conflicts and gaps between us, we clearly only have one common enemy. If we do not work together and fight on our own, we will not be able to catch up. If we work together, given our strength, there is no need to fear the 3 calamities and 9 disasters." The group remained silent. Working together meant splitting the benefits of the God-conferring platform equally. However, everyone here wanted to monopolize it. Otherwise, they would be able to benefit as well. That way, they would not be able to widen the gap between them. However, the higher Xiaoqin went, the indistinct his back was no longer visible. If they did not work together, they would only benefit him. "Senior brother, what do you think?" Mu Yinju sent a voice projection as he looked at Gu Yuhan. Gu Yuhan sent a voice projection back. "We cannot trust these people. This is especially so for that Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei. These 2 are very scheming. We can work with them, but we have to hold back ourselves. When the time comes, we will act according to the situation. If there is an opportunity, you and I will monopolize the God-conferring platform." Senior brother's thoughts are about the same as mine. Chu Feng is still fine. However, that Bai Yunfei experienced 2 calamities along the way. However, he did not use any trump cards. He is especially terrifying. After the voice projection ended, Mu Yunju said, "Senior brother and I have finished discussing this. The heaven-bridging peak has only cleared 2 of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. If we do not work together, we will not be able to catch up to Xiaoqin." "I agree as well." A meaningful look flashed in Chu Feng's eyes as he smiled faintly. "Good. In that case, let's work together to clear the 3 calamities and 9 disasters." Hence, this group of people with ulterior motives and plans decided to work together to deal with Xiaoqin. Outside the trial tower, the group of faux god powerhouses exchanged glances, showing somewhat unnatural expressions. Mu Zifeng guffawed, "Ha ha ha! Interesting. This seems to be the first time the disciples of the Universe Origin sect, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the Bushin Palace work together to deal with my Heavenly Alliance since it was established. Compared to the other super factions, the Heavenly Alliance was weaker in the first place, ranked at the bottom. If the disciples of the other super factions worked together, even if they lost this bet, the Heavenly Alliance's reputation would not be affected at all. Instead, it would boost the Heavenly Alliance's reputation. At that time, it would be a Heavenly Alliance disciple fighting 3 super factions alone. Useless thing. Gu Fei felt somewhat embarrassed, so he could not help cursing in his heart. However, he did not show it. He smiled coldly and said, "What are you feeling cocky for? Let's see if you can still smile when this Xiao Chun falls to his death on the heaven-bridging peak." Mu Zifeng knew that Gu Fei was feeling righteous, so he did not mind. He smiled and said, "Ha ha! You are overthinking. If he is really a member of my Heavenly Alliance, he will have the alloy battle armor protecting him. Even if he falls off this heaven-bridging peak, he will not die. You should worry about the 2 disciples of your profound heaven, holy land. If they fall, I wonder if the ancient profound heaven sword can save them." Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Before this bet ended, he had already lost most of it. Even if he won in the end, it would be pointless. The 6 false emperor outstanding talents on the heaven-bridging peak each had their own merits. When they worked together, they were truly unstoppable. The 3 calamities and 9 disasters appeared one after another, but they could not stop this group's progress. They immediately left the people behind far behind. Shao Chen! For hours later, the 6 eyes lit up. They finally saw Shao Chen's figure. The 6 immediately felt excited, unable to hide the excitement in their eyes. After him. If we put in more effort, we will be able to catch up to him in less than 1 hour. At this moment, the 6 were less than 3 kilometers away from the God-conferring platform. When Shao Chen sensed the surging auras behind him, he turned his head back to look, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. To think that the 6 false emperor outstanding talents were working together. Shao Chen, if you stop here, we can write off the grudge between us. That dog of a son, Shao Chen, why are you still not revealing your true form? Do you think you can fool us by pretending to be crazy? Quickly stop. Otherwise, you will fall on this God-conferring platform today. The 6 below felt excited. However, they also felt somewhat anxious and worried, as they were not far from the God-conferring platform. They figured it out? Shao Chen was not surprised. If this group of outstanding talents still could not figure out his identity at this time, they would be stupid enough to eat shit. He is not moving anymore. This fellow is frightened. When we catch up to him later, everyone will attack together and destroy him. Damn it. Previously, when he worked with that bald monk in the ice fire wasteland, he fooled us badly. Seeing that Shao Chen suddenly stopped moving in front, the 6 expressions immediately became excited, and their auras soared. Only Guyuhan felt somewhat confused. Earlier, Shao Chen had been like this as well, hesitating to move forward. However, when Shao Chen turned around and chopped down, Guyuhan fell. Guyuhan, who thought that his sneak attack would succeed, ended up suffering greatly. Junior brother, be careful. There is something strange about this fellow. He is definitely not frightened. Guyuhan did not remind Guyuhan. The 4 beside him sent voice projections to Mu Yunju. Feeling suspicious, Mu Yunju replied yes. Given my understanding of him, he should not be like this. But why did he stop like this? Just wait and see. If he is really stupid, don't give up on the opportunity to make a move. Whoosh! 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 The 6 attacked again, all of them moving faster. Clearly, they had held back when they worked together earlier. Shao Chen was getting closer and closer to the God-conferring platform. However, Shao Chen did not reveal any of his trump cards. The 6 knew this but kept it a secret. They only increased their speed, not willing to fall behind. To go up or not. If Shao Chen went up, he would be able to reach the God-conferring platform in 3 steps if he burst out with his full power. If he did not, he would turn around and leave, avoiding these 6. His life would not be in danger. Shao Chen had gained a lot in paradise, so there was no need to find it too unfortunate. He did not need to reach the God-conferring platform and search for an opportunity to soar into the sky. However, the scene of him falling into a berserk Dao at the summit of the Azure Mountain appeared in Shao Chen's mind. This made the usually decisive Shao Chen hesitate. If Shao Chen reached the God-conferring platform and fell into a berserk Dao as well, even Mu Zifeng would not be able to protect him. Difficult. This path is difficult as ascending to the sky. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the 6 false emperor outstanding talents closed in. There was not much time left for Shao Chen. Chapter 2172. The 6 false emperor outstanding talents could not be bothered with these thoughts in the time it took for a spark to fly. As they moved, they slowly approached Shao Chen, their eyes overflowing with killing intent. Why isn't this weirdo moving? Do you want to die? We're only 10,000 feet away from stepping onto the divine seal altar. What are you hesitating for? Shao Chen wasn't anxious. but the spectators outside the training grounds were anxious. They all shook their heads and sighed, not understanding what was going on. Even Mu Zifeng felt very confused at this moment, revealing some anxiety in his eyes. "If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." Mu Zifeng immediately felt uncertain. Even with the alloy battle armor protecting him, 6 false Emperor outstanding talents surrounded him. Life and death were really hard to predict. Everything was hard to say. At the same time, the disciples below the sky-piercing peak, who were gradually catching up, also saw the scene. Although they were still very far away and the divine might suppress them, they were all heaven-defying sovereign personages. Their vision was not restricted. Looking into the distance, he could still see the scene in the distance. The leader is actually that weirdo. Zhang Yushan's injuries were almost healed. When he saw Shao Qin, who was high up in the sky, he immediately felt his face hurt. He hated this Shao Qin to the core. He had slapped him so many times that he was hovering between life and death. He had lost all his face. "Senior brother, why do you think that eccentric person isn't moving? If we don't, then Senior Brother Gu and the others will catch up to us. At that time, only death awaits us." The 2 junior brothers watched from the side, puzzled. Zhang Yushan gritted his teeth and said, "It's good that he's dead. It'd be best if he falls off this Tongtian peak. I'll definitely jump down and stomp on him a few times." The 2 junior brothers looked at each other in dismay. Ever since their senior brother was slapped into a pig's head, his brain had not been working well. This was the Tongtian peak. It was hard to climb up, but even harder to descend. With the presence of the divine might, how could they jump just because they wanted to? Be careful that before others fell to their deaths, they would be smashed into meat paste first. Let's go. I want to see how a bunch of people beat up that dog." Zhang Yushan was burning with anxiety. He mustered his strength and wanted to take a look as soon as possible. Shao Qin already imagined the scene of the 6 false Emperor outstanding talents beating this strange person up like a dog. If he had the chance, he might even step on them a few times to vent his anger. Divine Seal Altar. Shao Qin gazed at the top of the mountain. To him, the height of 1,000 zhang was as if it was right in front of him, and he could see it clearly. The auras of the 6 false Emperor outstanding talents grew increasingly closer. Shao Qin even felt a stabbing killing intent behind him, sharp, cold, and icy. If there was a chance, these people would take his life in an instant. They would not be lenient. Shao Qin closed his eyes, allowing the cold wind to surge around him, allowing the murderous aura behind him to surge, allowing his thoughts to drift, only seeking to empty his mind. To me, going up or not is actually a false proposition. Once he went up, he would not be able to suppress the demonic aura in his body, and he would reenact the scene at the peak of Green Mountain, turning into a demon under the moonlight. If that really happened, there was no doubt that he would die. The various super factions would not tolerate a person who cultivated a demonic technique appearing in the faux god world. If they treated him as a spy of the demonic path, then they could kill him as they wished. There wouldn't be any problems. Therefore, the real question in his heart was not whether to go up or not, but whether he was afraid of death. How stupid! Shao Qin suddenly scolded himself. It was best not to step on this bridge, because he had chosen a heavenly bridge that tested his courage. From the moment Shao Qin stepped onto the bridge of courage, his heart already gave him the answer. If he went up this divine seal altar, then so be it. There was no need to worry so much, not to mention whether he would fall into the demonic path or not. So what if he did? With a clear conscience, there was no need to care about what others thought. It was just like how Shao Qin was now wrapped in a bedsheet, not caring about what others thought. Shao Qin opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in them, revealing a sharp light. Boom! Resplendent electric light burst out of Shao Qin's body, looking as piercing as the sun. Whoosh! The piercing electric light startled Chu Feng and the others. They squinted, finding it extremely strange. Surround him. This fellow is probably making a breakthrough in some secret technique. When the six saw the situation, they were slightly stunned. Then they soared into the air and charged at that clump of resplendent electric light. When the light scattered, they saw a person wearing alloy battle armor. His handsome face looked like it had been carved with a knife. He looked very handsome and heroic, exuding a tyrannical air. Who else could that face be but Shao Chen? Shao Chen! Indeed, it is you. I will definitely kill you today. Upon seeing Shao Chen reveal his true appearance, Bai Yunfei, Mu Yunju, Feng Xiaobai, and the others who had grudges with Shao Chen felt their qi and blood surge. Overwhelming rage twisted their faces, making them wish that they could tear Shao Chen apart. This was especially so when Bai Yunfei, who had vomited blood and fainted at the divine capital's gate, gritted his teeth. Just one look was enough to frighten everyone. It has been a long time. The few of you are still as graceful as before. However, it is not that easy to kill me. Get down. Seeing that the six looked like they wanted to eat him up, Shao Chen felt extremely happy. He threw a palm strike as he laughed loudly. Dragon's Gate, secret technique, firmament's rage. The rage from the ancient, great, desolate Aeon made the heaven-bridging peak tremble slightly. A huge palm materialized a world of lightning using the 5-element divine lightning. Boundless saber, intent spread out in that world of lightning. This was an incredibly strong Dragon's Gate secret technique in the first place. Furthermore, Shao Chen had the advantage of the heaven-bridging peak when he drove it with his third-layer thunder Dao domain. When he threw a palm strike from above, it happened to merge with the divine might. In that instant, Chu Feng and the other 5 felt like the sky had fallen on them. The 6 expressions changed. They felt heavy pressure bearing down on them, making breathing difficult. Retreat. This sudden palm strike, which Shao Chen held the advantage of time and place, instantly extinguished the 6 auras, forcing them to take 3 steps back. Only then did the 6 execute their killing moves and condense divine energy to break the palm strike. It's Shao Chen! When Zhang Yushan, who was below, saw the earlier scene, he nearly fell in fright. Then he quickly supported Zhang Yushan. Senior brother, be careful. Zhang Yushan had yet to recover from his shock. He said absent-mindedly, damn it, didn't he clearly fail to break through to the divine seal? Why is he here? Shao Qin, who suppressed Zhang Yushan for 5 years in Fiend Cloud Hall, was actually the person who beat Zhang Yushan into a pig's head. Zhang Yushan simply could not accept such a result. It really is the Heavenly Alliance's Shao Qin. Upon seeing Shao Qin attack, the group of faux god powerhouses outside the trial tower felt slightly stunned. Although they had already guessed it, they still felt somewhat shocked when they saw Shao Qin reveal his true appearance. Indeed, it is him. However, Mu Zifeng showed pleasant surprise in his eyes. He revealed a joyful smile. It really is that fellow. Gu Fei showed a grave expression, feeling a mountain-like pressure. After Shao Qin threw his palm strike, he turned around and flew towards the god-conferring platform. It looked like Shao Qin would truly step onto the god-conferring platform soon. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the heaven-bridging peak, Chu Feng and the other 5 were false emperor outstanding talents, after all. They took 3 steps back and condensed their divine energy to break Firmament's rage in just one breath. When the electric light scattered, they looked up and saw that Shao Chen was already less than 300 meters away from the god-conferring platform. If he had not delayed earlier, he would not have stood a chance at all. Now, it is hard to say. Bai Yunfei exchanged glances with Chu Feng and sent a voice projection. Then the 6 charged over again. Mu Yinju felt incredibly frustrated. He did not notice the scene. Right now, he only had eyes for Shao Qin. Damn it! I don't believe that I can let you escape this time. Although the divine might here was at its densest, it was only 3 kilometers in the end. The 6 would only need 4 or 5 breaths to cross it. Whoosh! 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 However, just at this moment, Xiao Hozun and Feng Xiaobai turned around and blocked Mu Yinzhu and Gu Yuhan at the same time. Chu Feng smiled faintly and said, "The 2 of you, Brother Bai, and I will take our leave first. Don't worry. The 2 of us will definitely help you kill Xiao Qin." "The 2 of you, what is the meaning of this?" Mu Yinzhu shouted sullenly, enraged by the sudden situation. Xiao Hozun smiled and said, "Brother Mu, there's no need to act stupid. Everyone knows that. Splitting the benefits of this God-conferring platform equally is not enough. Just stay here in peace. You might as well help Brother Bai and Brother Chu." At this moment, Mu Yunju finally understood. These 4 had colluded in secret. Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei must have promised them benefits. Mu Yinzhu had been waiting for this moment to get Xiao Hozun and Feng Xiaobai to block him and Gu Yuhan. "Senior brother, what should we do?" Mu Yinzhu could not help feeling anxious. The 4 were about equal in strength. There would be no problem for Xiao Hozun and Feng Xiaobai to delay the 2. If they really fought, as long as Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng left the mountain, the 2 would definitely suffer a great loss when the 4 worked together. Gu Yuhan glanced indifferently at the summit. A figure had just entered the summit. It was Xiao Qin, who had already ascended the God-conferring platform. Gu Yuhan could not help thinking, this Xiao Qin does not just hold the right time and location. He clearly holds the right time, the right place, and the right people. Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng are 2 fools. They thought that they already had Xiao Qin in the bag and did not fight with Xiao Qin at all. If they underestimated the enemy, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Chapter 2173. With a thought, Xiao Qin quickly set aside his thoughts. He knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. If a choice appeared before him, one that could sever all karma and allow him to become a true god, what would he choose? "Xiao Qin, if I don't die today, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces in the future." Before the 2 could do anything, Xiao Qin instantly spread out his peak 3rd layer thunder Dao domain. The storm-like attacks were boundlessly sharp. Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei brought out all their trump cards. At the foot of the mountain, Yuan Zhen, who was chanting scriptures, glanced over. His expression did not change as he continued walking through this vast and boundless burial ground. Xiao Qin knew that this was because the heaven-bridging peak had broken into 3 pieces and lost its divine nature long ago. The world tree supporting the heavenly realm had broken, and the heaven-bridging peak had fallen. The martial epoch could no longer truly become a true god. Indeed, by severing karma, one could seek freedom and no longer be bound by anything. Everything in the past would become nothing. The many knots in one's heart and mental barriers would no longer exist now or in the future. One would no longer be tainted by karma or bound by the world. One could do whatever one wanted. Such a change made Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei's expressions turn somewhat unsightly. They showed anxious expressions as they exchanged glances and quickly sent voice projections. Calling it the God-conferring platform was too much of an exaggeration. Interesting. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile. He could see the surroundings from the heaven-bridging peak. Chaotic cycles, breaking the shackles of time, no longer suffering from the torment of aging, sickness, and death. From then on, one would be immortal, existing forever with the world. This made this God-conferring platform look somewhat strange. It looked like a skeleton with a soul. Xiao Qin could not be bothered with this monk who knew what he was thinking. He looked around and fixed his gaze on the God-conferring platform below him. He saw Yuan Zhen, the cunning monk of the hidden spirit temple, who hid his strength like a fox. Humph! Dream on. The 2 of us spent a lot of effort to get to the God-conferring platform. How can we let you take advantage of us? Immediately, a miniature scene appeared on Yuan Zhen's finger, showing the karma. Miserable cries immediately resounded throughout the heaven-bridging peak, startling everyone who heard them. Shao Qin fought against two alone, yet he still managed to knock Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei away. On the divine seal altar, there was a great wind. Shao Chun leaped over and placed half of his foot on it. The moment he landed, he was almost blown away by the strong wind. The entire peak of Tongtian Peak had been flattened, but there were no signs of human activity. His face instantly turned pale with fright, drained of blood and panicked. Shao Qin couldn't help but ponder for a moment, but he immediately rejected it. This kind of hypothetical question was meaningless. With a boom, the powerful might of the Tao of Thunder spread out. Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng were caught off guard and were forced to take several steps back. In an instant, they were pushed to the edge of the conferred God stage. Their bodies swayed and they almost fell. They could clearly see Shao Chen's appearance. His body was covered in silver armor and his eyes shone brightly. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. He looked heroic. Unfortunately, now that the heavenly realm was broken and the world tree was destroyed, all of this had already become a legend. Shao Qin asked himself. Everyone on the sky-piercing peak discussed animatedly, feeling extremely shocked by this contrast. When the light lit up, it also illuminated Shao Chen's appearance at the summit. Everyone on the sky-piercing peak immediately saw this mysterious phenomenon. After knocking back 6 people with Firmament's rage, Shao Qin did not hold anything back. He faced the strongest divine might at the peak and stepped onto the God-conferred platform. Fang Xiaobai and Xiao Hozun blocked Guyuhan and Mu Yinju. However, this did not affect Shao Qin at all. Right now, Shao Qin stood on the God-conferred platform and looked at the flowing space-time and the karmic threads flowing upside down. When Fang Xiaobai saw the 3 Prometha lamps, he smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. Shao Qin, thank you for lighting these 3 Prometha lamps for me. Brother Chu and I will remember your kindness. Now you can scram down." Even though this was not Shao Chen's first time seeing a Prometha lamp, he still felt disappointed and frustrated. If only he could light up his divine bridge and ascend to the heavenly realm. How great would that be? Seeing that they could no longer endure, Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng lost all of their earlier arrogance. Their expressions were miserable as they begged Shao Qin for mercy. Even the heavenly gods that managed to survive the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions lost their eternal lives. Karma bound them, and they did not dare to leave the faux god world, fearing a backlash from the world. It's too late. Prometha lamp. 1 lamp, 2 lamps, 3 lamps. The veritable essence energy in Shao Chen's body was continuously sucked into the God-conferred platform. Releasing it was extremely difficult. Connecting the sky. If it were in the past, he would have been 1 step away from the sky. Shao Qin showed a calm expression as he said, "The fortuitous encounters in this God-conferred platform can be shared among the 3 of us. There is no need to fight to the death. If there are any grudges, we can resolve them on the God-conferred platform." So, that strange person is Shao Qin. This is too incredible. Time, location, and the 3-layer Thunder Tao domain. Shao Qin held all sorts of advantages. He had given these 2 a chance to enjoy the benefits of the God-conferred platform. In the end, they even tried to chase him off. Why did they insist on severing their karma? However, right now, Shao Qin could only look at the faux gods of the past. On the divine conferred altar, this was the most exciting moment. They could sever the karma that bound them to the heavens and earth and obtain true freedom. 3rd layer Tao domain. How can this be? I gave you face, but you rejected it. Shao Qin flicked his finger, and a drop of blood shot out and landed on the azure lamp. Shao Qin. As a sovereign personage, Shao Qin still had to respect the God-conferred platform. He could not underestimate it or profane it. Shao Chen did not show any mercy, punching the two off the God-conferred platform. Chu Feng smiled sinisterly and said, I had the same intention. I am also not willing to share the benefits of this God-conferred platform with a third person. Shao Chen took a step forward. The moment he stepped onto the God-conferred platform, something strange happened. I wonder how many Permitha lamps Shao Chen can light up on the God-conferred platform? I heard that some people manage to light up 5 Permitha lamps at most. At this moment, no one said anything. Even the bet between Mu Zifeng and Gu Fei was temporarily put aside. Shao Chen's heart sank. He knew that this was not the time to lament about this. Not being able to advance to godhood did not mean that it was useless to him. However, just at this moment, 2 strong winds blew. Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng appeared at the same time, landing on the God-conferred platform. Was his life bitter? Did he have any regrets? Did he experience unbearable pain? The Permitha lamps were originally meant to allow one to surpass the Permitha lamp, illuminating the divine bridge and allowing one to step onto the deity realm. Now they could only be used as treasures for sovereign personages to comprehend the Tao and obtain fortuitous encounters. It looked like Shao Chen would have no problem lighting up at least 4 Permitha lamps. However, just as the two circulated their veritable essence energy, their expressions changed slightly. Shao Chen was extremely strong in the first place, about as strong as a false emperor. After putting on the alloy battle armor, he immediately entered his peak state. Whoosh! Whoosh! The many faux god powerhouses outside the trial tower were entranced when they saw this scene. Shao Chen continuously used his third-layer thunder, Tao Domain, to suppress the two. Then he pressed forward and instantly launched a sharp attack. Coincidentally, the 2 Permitha lamps floated out at this moment. However, it was impossible for Shao Chen to sever his karma just because of this. Wanting to condense divine essence, how could it be that easy to condense it? Whoosh! Shao Chen could not be bothered with the 2 shock. He smiled coldly and said, The 2 of you are not capable of chasing me off. Refine divine energy? Let's see how the 2 of you refine divine energy on this God-conferred platform. Although this God-conferred platform was ancient and mysterious, it clearly lost its spirituality, leaving only an empty platform. As Shao Chen continued pouring in veritable essence energy, the God-conferred platform turned as viscous as water. An azure lamp slowly appeared. A determined look appeared in Shao Chen's eyes, turning into a demonic Tao or not. It has nothing to do with me. From the moment I stepped onto the Bridge of Heroes, there was no reason to retreat. When Shao Chen squinted, he saw that it was the scene of Shao Chen fighting Chu Chaoyan in the Sky Dome realm during the 5-nation youth competition. Whoosh! Damn it! However, Shao Chen could only do his best to endure. He could not advance by even half an inch. Half of his foot hovered in the air, his divine body teetering on the verge of collapse. Every divine character was like a life. However, it did not have a soul or spirit. Shao Chen smiled coldly. However, he did not show any fear at all. He had expected such a scene long ago. When Shao Chen felt that his veritable essence energy and soul energy were still manageable, he revealed an expression of joy. The more Permitha lamps he lit, the greater the benefits he would gain. If it were anywhere else, Shao Chen would fear the might of divine energy. However, this God-conferred platform continuously absorbed the veritable essence energy of cultivators. Shao Chen had lived a bitter life. He had many regrets, as well as unbearable pain that he could not tear his heart apart. At this moment, Shao Chen stood at the edge, half his foot still hovering in the air. He had not truly stepped onto the God-conferred platform yet. It is time to truly step onto it. Shao Chen chanted sutras amid the boundless corpses. Even when standing on the God-conferred platform, his silhouette was visible. The circulation of veritable essence energy in this place did not change. However, Shao Qin had the blue dragon divine body. His physical body and vital qi were much stronger than the two's. The veritable essence energy in Shao Qin's body surged like a flood. This veritable essence energy surged towards the God-conferred platform uncontrollably. Rumble. However, what was the point of doing so? Shao Qin did not panic. Before coming, he already knew about the mysterious phenomenon that would occur after stepping onto the God-conferred platform. If karma was severed, although one would gain a new life, it would also negate one's life. Perhaps one had some regrets about one's life, feeling that the world of mortals was too bitter. No matter how strong one was, as long as one was tainted by karma, one would experience unbearable pain. Bai Yunfei said coldly, "Brother Chu, each of us can condense a strand of divine energy. We will definitely be able to knock him down. Shao Qin, Brother Shao, give us a chance. The two of us know we were wrong. A true God possessed vast might that surpassed time and space, jumping out of the cycle of reincarnation and not being bound by karma. However, one could only watch." Shao Qin stretched out his hand and touched a line of karma. He casually looked down. This boundless burial ground appeared insignificant in the depths of his eyes. Bang, 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 severing karma, disrupting the cycle of reincarnation. As the veritable essence energy in Shao Qin's body drained, the God-conferred platform slowly spun like a millstone. The surrounding scene changed. Time and space flowed, and beams of light made of karma flowed down in reverse, looking very colorful. Suddenly, a flickering flame lit up. A strand of light immediately appeared in this dark burial ground, illuminating the surroundings. It was like the worldly ghost hatchet divine art appeared naturally. Many divine characters were embedded in it, inspiring awe. Shao Qin revealed a nostalgic expression as he looked at the surrounding karma and the flowing time, entering deep thought. Chapter 2174. Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei were knocked down. However, the Prometha lamps that they activated with veritable essence energy did not disappear. Together with the Prometha lamps that Shao Qin activated earlier, 5 Prometha lamps immediately appeared on the God-conferring platform. Bai Yunfei thought very well, wanting to chase Shao Qin down and forcibly take his 3 Prometha lamps. Unexpectedly, he and Chu Feng each gave Shao Qin a Prometha lamp in the end. Time flowed and karma reversed. On the God-conferring platform, Shao Qin showed a grave expression. In the blink of an eye, another 2 drops of essence blood landed on a Prometha lamp. Shao Qin's complexion paled significantly. Every drop of essence blood contained his soul and divine seal's origin energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! The lamp flames flickered, illuminating this part of the world. Shao Qin's face flickered on the heaven-bridging peak's summit. Everyone on the sky-piercing peak could see his handsome, delicate face, with sharp features that looked like they had been carved by a knife. 5 Prometha lamps. That's 5 Prometha lamps. Those 2 fools, Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei, really gave him a great gift. They really went for wool and came home shorn. Shao Qin already gave those 2 a chance, but they rejected him. I wonder what's strange about the God-conferring platform. Those 2 false emperors cannot condense divine energy. The disciples of the 5 great sects continued climbing the heaven-bridging peak. Although the latecomers could not condense a Prometha lamp, as long as they reached the God-conferring platform, they would gain something from comprehending the Tao and cultivating there. Comprehending the Tao and meditating on the spot would result in some gains, just not as great as the ones before him. Boom! Suddenly the world roared. Shao Qin condensed another Prometha lamp. 6 Prometha lamps appeared on the God-conferring platform in an instant. The high and mighty lamp flames looked as dazzling as stars from a distance. Every Permethal lamp's flame was lit by Xiao Chen's soul. This had never happened before. Even the strongest person only condensed 5 Permethal lamps. However, this time, with Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng's help, Xiao Chen lit 6 Permethal lamps, surpassing everyone in the past. Thunderous booms resounded in the surroundings. At that instant, the wind and clouds surged as a myriad of unusual phenomena took place. A boundless and majestic spirit appeared in the sky. Amidst all sorts of terrifying phenomena, the image of a broken bridge flickered in the clouds, flickering in and out of existence. Divine bridge! Heavenly bridge! Many disciples on the sky-connecting peak exclaimed as they stared at the bridge in astonishment. The divine bridge in front of them was definitely not real. It was just an illusion that came from space-time. Even so, it was still shocking. This divine bridge represented the glory of the martial epoch, all the glory of the past. Once he stepped onto this bridge, he would be able to head to the heaven realm. Unfortunately, endless sighs filled the hearts of the crowd. The faux gods outside the trial tower fell silent as well. Compared to these sovereign personages, these faux gods felt even more deeply about this scene. 6 Permethal lamps and even the phantom of the divine bridge have appeared from the reversal of space-time. This Xiao Qin is really surprising. An incredible demonic genius appeared in the Heavenly Alliance this time. We can't underestimate him in the future. I'm curious how much fortuitous encounter he can obtain after absorbing the fortuitous encounter of these 6 Permethal lamps. He will probably advance to peak false emperor with a thought. He obtained the years of bitter cultivation that others took in an instant. It's hard to say. He already refined the Thundercliff tree earlier. It's hard to say if he wants to make such a huge breakthrough. This was unprecedented. 6 Permethal lamps surprised everyone. However, another Permethal lamp appeared on the god-conferring platform amid this surprise. At the summit of the mountain, 7 stars shone brightly, illuminating the sky. The broken bridge, which flickered in and out of existence, appeared in the void. It was a sight that inspired awe and veneration. 7 stars! It turns out that he already possesses the ability to form 5 Permethal lamps alone. They are really 2 idiots. They gave Xiao Qin a great opportunity for nothing. Who knows what great fortuitous encounter Xiao Qin will obtain with these 7 Permethal lamps. Without Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei, Xiao Qin would have only 5 Permethal lamps. He would not have caused such a commotion. However, there were no ifs in this world. The 7 lamps lit up the god-conferring platform. The light of the flames shone on Xiao Chen's pale face, making him look glistening with divine light. He looked like a heroic divine general. After all, without the strength of a false emperor, 5 lamps is already my limit. As Xiao Qin looked at the 7 lamps, he nodded slightly. Then he sat down cross-legged and pressed his palms together. Boom! In that instant, the 7 lamps turned into flowing light and entered Xiao Chen's body. The flowing space-time and inverted threads of karma immediately wrapped around Xiao Qin, spinning rapidly. Damn it! Are the 2 of you still trying to block us? Mu Yunju said to Fang Xiaobai and Xiahozun through clenched teeth as he looked at the mysterious phenomenon on the god-conferring platform from 3 kilometers away. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Right after Xiao Chen knocked Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei down, Mu Yunju and Fang Xiaobai saw the mysterious phenomenon on the god-conferring platform. Before the 2 could react, they saw Xiao Qin materialize 7 Permethal lamps. This immediately stupefied them. The series of strange changes stupefied Fang Xiaobai and Xiahozun. They could not digest this in such a short time. Mu Yunju's roar startled the 2 awake. Then, fear and shock appeared in their eyes. How could it be like this? Gu Yuhan smiled coldly and said, "It is within expectations. These 2 fools do not know what the god-conferring platform's environment is like. After Shao Chun refined that 100,000-year-old Herb King. Even if his strength is weaker than ours, it should not be that much weaker. By relying on the terrain and timing, as well as the fact that these two fools underestimated him, I am not surprised that someone knocked them off the mountain. The moment Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei stepped onto the god-conferring platform, Gu Yuhan had already guessed the result. Others might not know Shao Chen's strength, but Gu Yuhan was very clear on it. Before he refined the Thunder Cliff Tree, this was the best opportunity to kill Shao Chen. If he missed it, there would not be another. Gu Yuhan had encountered such an opportunity before. Unfortunately, he had not grasped it. What are we waiting for? The four of us should charge up together. I don't believe that Shao Chen can defeat the four of us alone. Fang Xiaobai said seriously as he looked at the god-conferring platform. Foolish. If everyone was as brainless as you, not to mention 4 false emperors, even 10 false emperors would not be enough to kill him. How can Shao Chen be that horrifying? Look at how scared you are. You are completely brainless. Disdain flashed in Gu Yuhan's eyes as he looked at the god-conferring platform. Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei not only lost because they underestimated him. If the 4 of us go up, we will not have a good time either. What should we do then? Xiahou Zuin felt a bit depressed as a haze flashed through his eyes. He said with a low voice. Gu Yuhan replied indifferently, "It's very simple. The 4 of us will work together and start refining divine energy. The moment we ascend the god-conferring platform, we will immediately attack and use our divine energy to execute a peak strike. Even if Shao Chun has 9 lives, it will not be enough." The moment Gu Yuhan said that, the eyes of Xiahou Zun and the other 2 lit up. After thinking about it, if Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai had done the same earlier, the outcome might have been different. A bright light flashed in Fang Xiaobai's eyes. He said, "At that time, we will split his 7 Permitha lamps equally. We will still be the ones laughing in the end." "All right, let's do that." Outside the trial tower, Gu Fei's lips curled up in a smile. Gu Yuhan truly lived up to his profound Heaven Holy Land's outstanding talent, second only to the Holy Sun. At the crucial moment, Gu Yuhan remained so calm. So what if he condensed 7 Permitha lamps? In the end, my profound Heaven Holy Land's outstanding talents will benefit from it. Thinking of this, Gu Fei could not help feeling cocky. Mu Zifeng, who had been rather relaxed, now showed some worry on his face. This Gu Yuhan was scarily calm. He was still young, but he already showed signs of being a major character. After Gu Yuhan and the other 3 made their choice, they started refining divine energy and approached the summit step by step. However, Shao Qin, who sat cross-legged on the god-conferring platform, found it hard to make a decision. The moment the 7 Permitha lamps entered Shao Chen's body, the scene before him suddenly changed. The incomplete bridge in the sky actually appeared before him. However, it was not 1 bridge, but 2. One was pitch black and the other was jade white. One was a divine bridge and the other was a demonic bridge. Each bridge had 7 Permitha lamps on both sides. No matter what choice Shao Qin made, he would obtain the opportunity that the 7 Permitha lamps brought. Shao Chen could clearly sense that one of the 2 bridges was made of his spiritual energy, veritable essence energy, and the other was made of his demonic chi veritable essence energy. With a thought, one could become a demon or a deity. The choice was up to Shao Chen. Shao Chen showed a strange expression. Clearly, he had not expected such a scene. Then Shao Chen looked into the distance, to the other side of the bridge. There seemed to be an indescribably majestic existence on the other side. Shao Chen took a step forward and approached the demonic bridge. He immediately saw a bright moon hanging high on the other side of the bridge. Under the moonlight, a majestic figure wearing the alloy battle armor radiated a treasure light, smiling at Shao Chen. Shao Chen frowned slightly and moved closer to the demonic bridge. A throne and a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared on the other side of the bridge. Xiao Chen leaned on the throne, supporting himself with one hand on the armrest as he raised his wine cup and took a sip. Then Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and showed a sinister smile. The wine on Xiao Chen's lips was as bright as blood. A scarlet moon slowly rose in the sea of blood. Xiao Chen took 3 steps back and returned to his starting position. Then he looked between the demonic bridge and the divine bridge. Chapter 2175. Inside the consciousness space, Xiao Chen still could not come out of the strange cycle. The Buddhist sects, Kasyapa Buddha, and the Blue Dragon bloodlines, blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, all abandoned the demonic path and returned to the righteous path. Just as Xiao Chen felt at a loss, Gu Yuhan's group of 4 slowly approached the God-conferring platform on the heaven-bridging peak. It looked like they would need less than 10 seconds to charge up. Sovereign Emperor. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and entered deep thought, thinking about which bridge to choose. It really is spiritual rain. Why is there spiritual rain on the God-conferring platform? Xiao Chen had already seen the might of divine energy long ago. As they slowly approached, it looked like they were going to merge. However, just at this moment, something unexpected happened. The situation changed drastically. A sharp light soared into the clouds on the God-conferring platform, piercing through the sky. An aura suddenly burst out, shocking the surroundings, unprecedented in the past and present. What's going on? Xiao Chen did not want to be an ancient demonic sovereign or a powerful divine sovereign. He only wanted to be himself. Xiao Chen already saw the future of the divine bridge and the demonic bridge. If he chose either, the benefits of the 7 azure lamps would not diminish. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt horror in his heart. There seemed to be an unknown plot on this God-conferring platform. If Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng had not been careless and could not condense divine energy on this God-conferring platform, Xiao Chen would not have defeated them so miserably. Xiao Chen's position changed. 2 ancient, burning azure lamps blocked his way in all directions. However, Xiao Chen had not woken up yet. The scarier thing was that Gu Yuhan's group of 4 had been condensing divine energy as they climbed. How condensed was the spiritual rain contained within the rainwater? However, such a choice did not remain in Xiao Chen's memory. Perhaps it was erased. If one did not make a choice, one would not be able to reach the other side. No matter which direction one took, 2 bridges would appear, 1 divine bridge and 1 demonic bridge. The moment the 4 attacked, Mu Zifeng's expression changed. He knew that he was in trouble. With Xiao Chen's experience, he could easily tell that anyone who blocked these 4 killing moves would die unless a sovereign emperor made a move. Gu Yuhan felt stupefied. Although Xiao Chen was domineering earlier, everything was within Gu Yuhan's control and expectations. The disciples of the various factions were overjoyed. The spiritual rain falling from the sky was even purer than the origin liquid. There was no third option. It wasn't that they didn't want to cultivate together, but that they couldn't. Ling Yu. Perhaps it was not without reason that the sky-bridging peak was broken into 3 pieces by the Black Dragon King. The 2 bridges in front of him were formed by sensing the demonic energy and spiritual energy in his body. Seeing the scene, Gu Fei, whose heart had been hanging in suspense, began to laugh wildly, feeling incomparably pleased with himself. In the illusory space, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and made his choice. Ha 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 ha. In the end, Gu Fei won this bet. Mu Zifeng. Remember, you owe me a wish. I hope you can accept your defeat. A figure suddenly stood up. With a flip of his hand, the wind and clouds changed color. Instantly, the killing moves of the 4 experts crumbled and crumbled in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen could only rely on himself to resolve the problem before him. Back then, he could not find the answer to the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's question. Furthermore, now that Xiao Chen's cultivation had fallen from half-step sovereign emperor to late-stage sovereign personage, he would definitely die. In the past few years, Xiao Chen had purposely given up on cultivating the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Amid thunder and lightning, strong winds blew, and torrential rain poured endlessly. In just a few breaths, Xiao Chen's cultivation plummeted like a flood, incredibly fast. Before the four could sigh, the remaining palm lights shattered their internal organs, leaving thousands of holes in their bodies. Then, they fell off the sky-bridging peak. However, when Xiao Chen looked back, nothing changed. Only by making a choice could one see where the other shore was. If it were someone else, perhaps only one bridge would appear before them. Whoosh! 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 2 divine bridges appeared because of Xiao Chen. Long ago, Xiao Chen learned that one could not cultivate the righteous Tao and demonic Tao cultivation techniques at the same time in the martial epoch. As Xiao Chen looked at the 2 ancient bridges in front, he sat down cross-legged and formed hand seals. Immediately, the spiritual energy and veritable essence energy in his body flowed out continuously. If he had to choose one path to obtain the benefits of the 7 azure lamps, then he would not mind giving up on it. Back in the real world, on the God-conferring platform on the heaven-bridging peak. After entering this God-conferring platform, Xiao Chen did not say anything about turning his head back. He would not run into such a problem. Xiao Chen searched the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did indeed cultivate a demonic Tao cultivation technique. Could there be only one bridge left before him? If the veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body could reach the state of primal chaos, yin and yang, perfectly merging. Right, let's do that. However, why must I separate myself? Inside his consciousness space, Xiao Chen scattered his spiritual energy and veritable essence energy as fast as he could. The 2 ancient bridges in front had already started flickering endlessly. On the heaven-bridging peak, many cultivators were drenched by the rain. When the rain seeped into their skin, they discovered that their cultivation had increased slightly. The 4 of them condensed divine essence along the way. At this moment, the moment they attacked, the terrifying aura instantly severed the thunderclouds, and the entire heaven span peak started trembling. Boom! A single thought from a fiend god. This fall was even worse than Chu Feng's and Bai Yunfei's. Whether or not he could survive was up to fate. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. As expected, it was like this. Good. Mu Zifeng snorted coldly and ignored Xiao Chen. He only looked at Xiao Chen, feeling confused. He still could not understand. Gu Yuhan said coldly, determination flashing in his eyes. Although he said that he was turning back, he was actually running away. How could running away solve the problem? The figure who stood up gently waved his hand. When his palm was facing the sky and his back was facing the sky, he pushed out his palm, facing the howling wind and torrential rain. The few of them took large strides. Just as they were about to step onto the conferred God stage, they leaped up and attacked simultaneously. Divine energy that was purer and denser than Gu Yuhan's and the others surged out. As the Buddhists say, repent and you will be saved. Oh no! Now the 4, who were only a few steps away from the conferred God stage, did not dare to move rashly. Gu Yuhan's expression changed slightly. As he looked at the spiritual rain in his hand, he showed a strange expression in deep thought. What is this Xiao Chen up to? Shock flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he turned around. There were actually 2 bridges behind him as well, one divine bridge and one demonic bridge. That is possible. Perhaps he sensed that the 4 below are coming and knows that he will die for sure. So he might as well take a gamble. Even if he did not want to, he had to choose. What cultivation did these people have? They were heaven-defying, sovereign personages at the very least. When the spiritual rain entered their bodies, it actually increased their cultivation. With this thought, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. His thoughts immediately cleared up. Xiao Chen did not get overly anxious. He continued to think calmly, thinking of a way to resolve this. Be it the ancient demonic sovereign under the blood moon on the other side of the demonic bridge, or the powerful deity sovereign under the bright moon on the other side of the divine bridge, they were all himself. Mu Yunju glanced at the conferred god stage a few steps away. Then he said, "Senior brother, this fellow's cultivation has fallen to late stage sovereign personage. What move are you making? To think that I cannot understand it." Mu Yunju and the other two gaped at each other, unable to figure it out as well. Even if Shao Qin had been at his peak, he would not have had any chance of victory against these four killing moves, which were formed entirely from divine energy. At best, he would have been hanging on by a thread. Strange. Even if Shao Chen found Shao Chen's memories of this problem, it would not be of much help. Quickly absorb it. Ha ha ha. This is even purer than origin liquid. It really is the immortal spiritual rain. Suddenly, a large amount of veritable essence energy flowed out of Shao Chen's body, looking pure and dense. Wind blew, thunder roared, clouds moved, and rain fell. Soon, the spiritual energy that Shao Chen gave off turned into a heavy downpour. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, it poured down with a crashing sound. Be it in the future or in the past, I will only choose to be myself. No one can determine my future. As long as Shao Chen's spiritual energy, veritable essence energy, and demonic qi veritable essence energy reach a balance, he will be able to merge his veritable essence energy into one. We can't wait any longer. No matter what tricks he plays, we just need to suppress him with strength. This is origin energy. It looked like this made sense. They might have faced a similar situation before. With a thought, a god demon could either become a god or a demon. Outside the trial tower, the group of faux gods, including Mu Zifeng, could not understand either. Let's do it, then. Now that Shao Chen made up his mind, he no longer hesitated, turning to leave. There were many god monarchs and demonic lords in the world. However, there was only one Shao Chen. However, the price is too high. Even jumping off the god-conferred platform would be better than this. Furthermore, look, he still has not opened his eyes. This means that he is still refining the permethought energy of the azure lamp. After living for so long, I can't even understand the actions of a junior. It was not that some people had not cultivated the permethought energy. However, in the end, they were forced to give up on one of them. Whoosh! Cultivation is not easy to come by. Who knows how many resources he exhausted and how much time he had to spend to reach his current cultivation. Why did he scatter it just like that? Gu Fei, who was laughing maniacally outside the trial tower, was stupefied. Before he finished speaking, Shao Chen actually became a sovereign emperor, instantly turning the situation around. Is it possible that he is brewing some kind of secret technique? I know that some secret techniques will cause one's cultivation to drop when executed. The primal chaos veritable essence energy in Shao Chen's body could no longer reach its initial state of balancing yin and yang, merging them into one. Now that Shao Chen suddenly released his origin energy, he could not understand. Shao Chen executed a horrifying killing move at the same time, instantly drowning out Shao Chen. Gu Fei smiled and said, "I think you are overthinking. Perhaps you are just stupid? The permethought energy is not that easy to refine. If you are not careful, you might end up damaging your brain. Don't you think so, Mu Zifeng?" This, who would scatter the veritable essence energy that they had cultivated so painstakingly? How many years would it take to condense it? Chapter 2176. Sovereign Emperor. Divine Vein Realm, Sovereign Emperor. On the God-conferring platform, Shao Chen's aura and the surging divine energy in his palm proved that Shao Chen was already a bona fide Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. First, Shao Chen's cultivation dropped significantly, falling from half-step Sovereign Emperor to late-stage Sovereign Personage. Then he jumped 2 grades, directly advancing to Sovereign Emperor. Many people felt stupefied. Shao Chen's advancement felt like a dream. Even false emperors could not advance to sovereign emperor in a short time. How could the bottleneck between sovereign personage and sovereign emperor be so easy to break? The Cloud Sea realm had 3 major stages: Star Venerate, Holy Venerate, and Sovereign Personage. After passing Sovereign Personage, one would break through the limits of humans and start cultivating the divine. The bottleneck between Sovereign Personage and Sovereign Emperor was from human to divine. Even the peak geniuses of the faux god world needed 1 year to comprehend before they could break through. For example, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming, Grim Reaper Lin Feng, the Profound Heaven Holy Sun, Chu Chaoyan, and the others who had already left the faux god world had to cultivate for 1 or 2 years before they broke through their bottlenecks. However, someone like Shao Qin, who instantly broke through the bottleneck of a sovereign emperor, was one of a kind. 1 moment ago, Shao Qin was still a late-stage sovereign personage. In the next, he became a divine Vane realm sovereign emperor, defeating Gu Yuhan and the others with a wave of his hand. Then he soared into the sky from the god-conferring platform. He actually became a sovereign emperor. Zhang Yushan's voice trembled as he spoke in a daze. Zhang Yushan was not the only one. All the disciples of the various factions on the heaven-bridging peak were shocked. Everyone had only one goal in the faux god world: to become a sovereign emperor as soon as possible and return to the great Thousand Realms to show off their might. However, for most people, becoming a sovereign emperor in 10 years was an extravagant hope. Even though the faux god world's environment and fortuitous encounters were much better than the outside worlds, it was still somewhat difficult to become a sovereign emperor in 10 years. Those who could become sovereign emperors within 10 years would be heavily nurtured by their sects and factions. They would hold high positions, and their futures would be limitless. In the past, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had told Shao Qin this. No matter how talented one was, if one could not become a sovereign emperor, everything would be meaningless. At the trial tower, Mu Zifeng looked at Gu Fei and said, "Brother Gu, it looks like I won this bet in the end." Gu Fei's expression was gloomy as he shouted, "I can still afford to lose, don't worry." Then he left in a hurry. He looked anxious as he flew towards Real God Hall. Everyone knew that Shao Qin wanted to see the Holy Lord and do his best to protect Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunju's lives. These two were outstanding talents. Their strength was clear for all to see. The Profound Heaven Holy Land had spent a lot of resources on these two. Dying like this would be a huge loss. The many faux gods sighed softly. No one had expected things to end like this. In the end, the heavenly alliances, Shao Qin monopolized the greatest benefit of the god-conferring platform. There were many obstacles along the way. Gu Yuhan, Chu Feng, and the others did their best to monopolize it. In the end, all their efforts ended in vain. Back then, if Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei had agreed to Shao Qin to form their own azure lamps and absorb the Permitha energy, the result might have been different. However, there were no ifs in this world. Shao Qin absorbed 7 azure lamps, breaking the shackles of godhood and becoming a divine Vane realm sovereign emperor. Did Shao Qin really absorb only 7 azure lamps? Only Shao Qin knew the answer. He did not absorb 7 azure lamps, but a total of 14. When the divine demon bridges merged into one, the Permitha lamps did not merge. There were 7 on each side, for a total of 14. The instant Shao Qin refined the energy of the 14 Permitha lamps, he felt his cultivation soar. This was the first time in his life that he experienced the carefree feeling of soaring into the sky, advancing rapidly. It was truly a carefree feeling. Sovereign Emperor. Shao Qin tightly clenched his right fist. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light as confidence welled up in him. Shao Qin had waited for this moment for a very long time, for many years. He had not wasted his 7 years in the faux god world. Many outstanding talents ended up as sovereign personages. Since they could not become sovereign emperors, they could only waste their lives and die in sorrow. Shao Chun finally cleared the hurdle of becoming a sovereign emperor. After glancing at the foot of the mountain, Shao Chen shouted, "Where are the Heavenly Alliance disciples? Shao Chen will open the way for you. Aside from my Heavenly Alliance disciples, no one else is allowed to enter the God-conferring platform." What? Damn it. What is this Shao Chen trying to do? Why can't we go up? Because he is a sovereign emperor. If you are not convinced, just look at what happened to Gu Yuhan and the others. Ha ha ha. Shao Chen is a sovereign emperor. Let's go. Let's see who dares to stop us now. Immediately, some people rejoiced while others grieved. Naturally, the Heavenly Alliance disciples rejoiced. Along the way in paradise, the Heavenly Alliance disciples had been bullied and humiliated. The heaven-bridging peak had also been ostracized by the other factions. The Heavenly Alliance disciples had always been at the bottom of the heaven-bridging peak. Mu Zifeng, this disciple of yours is really arrogant. Once he gained the upper hand, he immediately became arrogant. Humph! Why doesn't he think about how pitiful he was before he came? He was even wrapped in a bedsheet to deceive others. How shameless! I thought that he was some big shot. He is only SO. When the other faux god powerhouses saw this scene, their expressions naturally turned unsightly. What did this mean? Shao Chen directly chased their disciples off the god-conferring platform. All of them felt enraged. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "Everyone is right. This Shao Chen is really undisciplined when doing things. He is simply shameless. I'll teach him a lesson later." However, Mu Zifeng felt incredibly pleased in his heart as he laughed loudly. Indeed, this Shao Chen did not make a mistake. This was what Shao Chen needed to do. Even when he stood in a high position, he did not forget his status. What a bunch of fellows. Previously, when the Heavenly Alliance disciples were ostracized, he did not say a word. Serves you right for having such a day. Naturally, Shao Chen had to thank the Heavenly Alliance for his accomplishments today. He was doing this to return the favor. Hence, he did not find anything wrong with it. After looking down the mountain, Shao Chen entered deep thought. Then he went to a corner of the god-conferring platform. Then he suddenly attacked, using his own strength to block all the divine might there. Boom! Immediately, Shao Chen forcefully opened up a fast passage on the heaven-bridging peak, which was filled with divine might. Naturally, only the Heavenly Alliance disciples could use this passage. Soon, the stronger Heavenly Alliance disciples, Wu Meng, Gong Zilan, and Mou, climbed up the god-conferring platform one after another. They showed somewhat complicated expressions, feeling very grateful. "Congratulations, Shao Chen. You are too polite." When the Heavenly Alliance's people arrived at the summit through the fast passage, Shao Chen smiled faintly and stopped. "I'll leave the rest to the three of you to maintain order. I'm going down the mountain." Wu Meng nodded. There were many Heavenly Alliance disciples, so there had to be an order. The three also understood the rules, so they easily took on this task. Whoosh! Shao Chen gently leaped up and directly jumped down from the summit. As Gong Zilan looked at Shao Chen's back, he sighed. Back then he was defeated by me. In the blink of an eye, he already left me far behind. And Mou said after some thought, "Shao Chen has a sense of toughness, sharpness, and pride. However, he is low-key and dependable, matching the air of the faux god world. It is simply tailor-made for him. It is not strange for him to surpass us." The three withdrew their gazes and looked at the god-conferring platform. Wu Meng said after some thought, "The three of us should be able to condense an azure lamp each. Being able to obtain such a harvest is already an opportunity, right? If not for Shao Chen, not to mention one Prometha lamp, we might not even be able to reach the god-conferring platform." The three sighed in their hearts. Compared to the other super factions, even with the alloy battle armor, the Heavenly Alliance disciples were still slightly weaker. Indeed, they had to thank Shao Chen for their current opportunity. However, there was a reason why Shao Chen was in such a rush to leave. In the burial ground, Yuan Zhen chanted scriptures, purifying the dead. A Buddhist light shone on his body as he walked among the corpses. He looked like a Buddha in the world, inspiring awe and veneration. I found it. Yuan Zhen suddenly rejoiced. Then he saw a pile of corpses turn into fireflies and scatter after being purified, revealing a dust-covered ancient key. However, just as Yuan Zhen was about to collect it, a strong aura descended from the sky. The Buddhist light that Yuan Zhen originally gave off was forcibly suppressed into his body. The strong aura forced Yuan Zhen to take a few steps back before he could stand stably. The ethereal Immortal Palace key? Monk Yuan Zhen, why are you looking for this? Shao Qin, who descended from the sky, grabbed the key. Then, he raised his eyebrows as he looked at Yuan Zhen. Chapter 2177. An Ethereal Immortal Palace Key. Shao Qin also had one, which the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave him. According to rumor, there were a total of 7 Ethereal Immortal Palace Keys. If one gathered all of them, one could open the Ethereal Immortal Palace and take out the transcendent Grade Soul Tool, the Wings of Time. This Wings of Time had a great origin. It was the only transcendent Grade Soul Tool in the world. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor relied on this Wings of Time to defeat the unparalleled Black Dragon King. However, the world did not have much interest in the Ethereal Immortal Palace, as the 7 Ethereal Immortal Palace keys were scattered throughout the Great Thousand Realms. The most important one, the Inheritance Key, had been lost for a long time, its whereabouts unknown. More importantly, no one knew where the Ethereal Immortal Palace was. Even if one found the key, it would be useless. Hence, Shao Chun felt very curious. Why did Yuan Jin give up on the opportunity on the God-conferring platform? Why did Yuan Jin come to this burial ground to search for the Ethereal Immortal Palace Key? The instant Yuan Jin saw Shao Qin appear, he showed an extremely stunned expression. The combination of his bald head and his shocked face looked very interesting. After stabilizing his emotions, Yuan Jin smiled and said, "I was wondering who it was. It turns out that benefactor Shao was joking with this monk. Congratulations. Being able to obtain the opportunity of 7 azure lamps is unprecedented in paradise. After you become a sovereign emperor and leave this faux god world, your name will shake the world. Why are you looking for the Ethereal Immortal Palace Key?" When Yuan Zhen saw that Shao Qin did not budge, he continued to pursue the matter. After some thought, he said, "Everyone has their own secrets. Although this monk is a monk, I am no exception. Benefactor Shao, please stop asking." Shao Qin entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, "That's fine. I won't make things difficult for you, then." As Shao Qin spoke, he tried to put the Ethereal Immortal Palace Key into his storage ring. Yuan Zhen immediately panicked. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand to stop Shao Qin. "Benefactor Shao, this monk found this after much difficulty. Don't do this." Shao Qin toyed with the Ethereal Immortal Palace Key for a while. Then he smiled and said, "It belongs to whoever looks for it first. You are a monk. There is no need to be so unreasonable. Since it's in my hands, it naturally belongs to me. What's wrong with putting it into my own storage ring?" Yuan Zhen frowned heavily. Then he said sullenly, "Benefactor Shao, we have some friendship, right? Let's not talk about the matter of the ice-fire wasteland. Let's talk about today. If this monk didn't withdraw today, I'm afraid you wouldn't have obtained such a great fortune, right?" When Shao Chen heard this, he immediately found it funny. This monk had almost cheated him of his ice-fire lotus platform in the ice-fire wasteland. Yet, he still had the nerve to mention it. "As for today, if you don't fight for it, what has it got to do with me?" Shao Chen said softly, "Let's not talk about this. Tell me, why are you looking for the Ethereal Immortal Palace Key? If you tell me, I can give it to you." Yuan Zhen revealed a troubled expression. He said, "I cannot tell Benefactor Shao about this now." Shao Qin didn't make things difficult for him and said, Then I'll keep it for you for now. When you can tell the truth, I'll give it to you." Ignoring Yuan Zhen, Shao Chen leaped into the air. His figure gradually grew weaker and eventually vanished from paradise. Whoosh! Shao Chen's figure flashed, and he appeared outside the trial tower. He immediately noticed many gazes on him. The faux god powerhouses of the 5 super factions looked at Shao Chen with somewhat unsightly expressions. "Shao Chen, come over here." Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and waved at Shao Chen. "Greetings, Lord Mu." Shao Chen landed and performed a cupped fist salute. Mu Zifeng carefully sized up Shao Chen. Then he nodded and said with a smile, "Not bad. Your performance this time is pretty good. Among the rewards, I'll think about what to give you after we leave the faux god world." After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, Shao Chen had to leave the faux god world. This trip to the faux god world came to a perfect conclusion. Shao Chen would appear in the Great Thousand Realms as a member of the Heavenly Alliance for a long time. "Thank you, Lord Mu. How much longer can I remain in the faux god world?" 3 days. Shao Chen thought to himself. With only 3 days remaining, he felt somewhat reluctant to leave now. The environment of the faux god world was similar to the great desolate Aeon, very suitable for cultivators to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, Shao Chen had stayed here for 7 years. However, it felt like less than 1 year had passed in the outside world. This felt rather wondrous. Mu Zifeng said, "There are still 3 days. You should deal with your matters first. I'll take you away after 3 days." "All right, I'll take my leave first, then." "Wait up!" Just at this moment, a voice containing great might rang out. The one who spoke was a Bushin Palace old man. This old man wore hemp robes and looked like an immortal. He showed a dignified expression without showing any anger. He gave off a blazing aura, looking like an inextinguishable sun. No one dared to look at him directly. Senior Jean. When Mu Zifeng saw the old man, his heart sank. He did not dare to be slow. However, Shao Chen did not understand what was going on. This Senior Jean should be a Bushin Palace expert with the Golden Crow bloodline. However, he did not know why Senior Jean stopped him. It seemed like this person did not come with good intentions. The faux god powerhouses of the other factions showed suspicious expressions, guessing what was going on. This should be snatching Shao Chen away. Senior Jean looked at Shao Chen and said, "Shao Chen, someone previously told this old man that you once had a grudge with Ancestor Dragon City." Mu Zifeng felt nervous when he heard that. This was blatantly snatching Shao Chen away. However, Shao Chen's dragon race bloodline was real, so he could not say anything about it. Mu Zifeng's thoughts raced as he said softly, "Senior Jean, Shao Chen did indeed have a grudge with Ancestor Dragon City, which is why he left the Divine Dragon Empire. Right now, he is a free person in the Heavenly Alliance, able to come and go as he pleases. My Heavenly Alliance does not interfere with the internal conflicts of the other factions. Senior, rest assured." Senior Jean smiled and said, "Little Feng, you are treating Shao Chen like an outsider by saying that. No matter what, Shao Chen is a Divine Dragon Empire person. He just suffered some grievances. I have a pretty good relationship with Ancestor Dragon City's old fogies. Shao Chen, if you have any grievances, tell me. I can still help." Shao Chen sighed in his heart. The third palace master was right. If one did not become a sovereign emperor, one was nothing. Back then, if Shao Chen had been a sovereign emperor, there would not have been any problems with that matter in the Divine Dragon Empire. Now that Shao Chen had become a sovereign emperor, the powerhouses of Bushin Palace would be willing to step forward and resolve the matter. Reality was really interesting. However, the grudge between Shao Chen and the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor was not as simple as Senior Jean thought. Shao Chen believed that the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor would give Senior Jean face. However, the dragon race also had its own faction in Bushin Palace. If Shao Chen did not become a dragon emperor, He would just be asking for trouble by remaining in Bushan Palace. Xiao Chen said straightforwardly, "Thank you for Senior's kind intentions. It is just a small matter. This junior will deal with it himself." Xiao Chen could tell that Senior Jean held a high position among the faux god powerhouses. Xiao Chen's words had humiliated this senior powerhouse. It would not be easy to face him in the future. In that case, take it as me saying too much. Senior Jean remained expressionless as he quietly withdrew, not saying anything more. Senior Jean was a senior, a powerhouse of Bushan Palace, much more important than Xiaoqin. Clearly, it was impossible for Senior Jean to persuade Xiaoqin. However, Mu Zifeng heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Xiaoqin, you can withdraw first." Faux gods surrounded Xiaoqin, making him feel uncomfortable. Fearing that someone would call him again, he quickly left. Just after Xiaoqin left, the profound heaven Holy Land's Gu Fei returned from the True God Palace. As he watched Xiaoqin leave, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Damn it! If I were still here earlier, I would have smacked that fellow to death. When Gu Fei met the Holy Lord earlier, Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan were severely injured. Although they managed to survive, it was hard to say whether they could become sovereign emperors in the future. Gu Fei felt stifled in his heart, feeling very uncomfortable. Paradise's trial was more or less over. Xiaoqin had obtained the greatest benefits: 1 thunder cliff tree and 7 permethal lamps. The remaining benefits on the god-conferring platform had to be shared with a group of people. There was nothing more to see. The faux god powerhouses of the 5 superfactions shook their heads and sighed as they left one after another. Back in the burial ground, Yuan Zhen played with the skulls of the dead, feeling very depressed. "Screw you!" Yuan Zhen flew into a rage and tossed the skulls in his hand. He did not look like a monk, but more like a hooligan, appearing very ruffian. He had found the ethereal Immortal Palace key after much difficulty, but Xiaoqin snatched it away. This truly angered Yuan Zhen. Furthermore, this fellow had become a sovereign emperor. Even if Yuan Zhen wanted to make a move, he could not. After venting his frustration, Yuan Zhen stood up and looked at the vast sea of corpses. Then he said softly, "I really cannot remain in this run-down place. I have to become a sovereign emperor as well." Yuan Zhen sighed. He felt helpless when he met Xiaoqin.